Alright, so today we're going to be checking out a game called The Farmer Was Replaced. This is a bit of an unusual game for me to play on the channel. Broadly speaking, the idea behind this game is we are running a farm with this little drone. But the reality of how we're actually doing that is we are going to be programming the drone. So we are literally writing AI for the drone. Which, you know, like I've said before, I'm against Gen AI, but AI is a totally different animal, and the fact that, like, when talking Gen AI, they use the name AI bothers me to no end. So just to clarify that thing, AI is not necessarily bad. Gen AI is more bad than good, mostly because of how it's used. Anyways, with that conversation aside, we're gonna go ahead and pop into options and see what they got here, because it's not much to go with. Because we do like to recognize, when it comes to a lot of the stuff, any type of accessibility stuff. So they've got like the code autosaves, autoprogress. These are just kind of things, co-highlights. I could argue that's an accessibility thing. Language is an accessibility thing. You can have your borderline holy war about tabs or spaces. For those outside of software dev, this is a very controversial thing. Tabs or spaces. That people get very, very upset if they're on one team or the other. It's also a dumb thing that people get really upset about. There's way bigger things to worry about. Objectively, it doesn't matter. And you'll have people argue to no end being like, well, tabs are better or spaces are better or whatever. Objectively, it's literally doesn't matter. It's white space. And if you're worrying about like file size or something, you done goofed. It doesn't matter, but spaces are better. I'm happy some of the newer IDEs kind of did why not both, where you hit tab and it makes it like 2 or 4 or whatever spaces, and if you hit shift tab it deletes that many spaces, so you're both tabs and spaces at the same time, even if in the code it is actually spaces, because it made people shut up about it. We've got our errors. That's going to be a thing for later on. This is like unlock everything. We'll apparently get warnings and error messages and all that stuff. Wait, 4 spaces to a spirit. You do have people argue that, but that was never got us thing. So we've got our buttons, we got your WASD and all that. This implies it's not going to work with Dvorak, but honestly, it's probably not that big of a deal. We can always go through, because it's only the move up and down. All the rest of this won't matter. Audio, you've got your basic audio settings, and graphics got your basic stuff here. So not a whole lot of accessibility. Where'd everything go? What? Okay. Alright, so it looks like this is like already instanced into the game. So I guess we'll just go ahead and start. Alright, getting started. This window contains information about everything in the game. You can move the windows around. Let me actually check some. Yeah, so it is one of those things that's not going to be happy with the Dvorak, but I'm going to have to use that because I cannot type that. Let's actually change those controls really fast, because that's going to do a whole thing for me. So we're just going to go controls, dup, 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 and that should do it. All right. You can move the windows around by dragging and dropping in the gray part of the window. You can move around by dragging anywhere outside the window. To get started with program, go to your first program by clicking it. I see. Be sure to check out the buttons on the top right corner of the screen and hover over them to see the tooltip explaining what they do. One of them opens a tech tree. So we got the tech tree, we found that. So it looks like what'll end up happening is that lets me change stuff. It looks like I'm actually going to be locked out of what commands. They need a hard mode where you have to program in Vim using shortcuts. You got to get your punch cards. So the tech tree doesn't seem immensely large. We will get other commands to like plant and all these type stuff. That opens up new objects. We'll then get operators and all that. So it looks like what we can do with our program is going to be very limited when we first start. And we are playing The Farmer Was Replaced. So it's wanting us to do our first program. And so let's go ahead and get this here. Because while they don't, I mean, they'll maybe mention here, main is usually when you're running an application. Main is where your application starts. Different languages and frameworks might have a different name for it, but this basically is the beginning of our program. Obviously, there's nothing here. Your first program, text editor. All programming is done in code windows. Each code window corresponds to a text file containing code. You can rename the file by clicking on its name at the top of the window. The code can be edited like any text editor. Why does everything on YouTube be like, can you say a word? Please say this. Like, is that something that people expect over there? Because it's absolutely unhinged nonsense. The code can be edited in any text editor as long as it's not running. You can execute the program directly by pressing the green play button. Bam. Up there. Yeah, so this is line by line, step by step execution. This is just run the program. You know, YOLO, let's go. You can create more code files by hitting the plus button on the upper right corner of the screen. You can dock the window to another window by dragging it onto it. Dock a window to another window? Let's see, by dragging it onto it. I'm assuming that's when I add more code windows. Let's see. You will notice that once you start typing, the simple code completion window will pop up. Press tab to insert the code completion. Use the arrow keys to navigate through the completion options. Don't worry if this is your first time programming. The language is unlocked step by step, so you won't be overwhelmed by all the things you can do. The syntax is also similar to that of Python, which is unfortunate for me because I did not do a lot of Python. I was always a lot more into object-oriented programming languages, but that's fine. Which is one of the most widely used programming languages in the world, so learning is not completely wasted. The rest of that's totally fair. If you already know Python, it's no problem either. You'll just be able to skip early game quickly to get to the more interesting stuff. Currently, the drone has only 2 commands available: harvest and do a flip. Alright, so clearly we should go harvest, and it was do a flip. Cool, we got 2 achievements. We got 1 for harvesting, the second for doing a flip. So we got a very basic program. It does the first instruction, it does the second instruction, just to show you what step-by-step is. So we have this first command. If I hit step-by-step, it runs the first command, and it will pause the application. So we're in the middle of the application. I do that again. We do the second command, and then the program finishes, because we don't have like a loop or anything here. So it goes, boom, done, moving on. All right. So... oh, well, I mean, I basically did that. Why would you do the flip or harvest twice? We'll deal with that. Collecting grass will give you hay. The hay can be used to unlock loops to, unlock the open menu. Cool. There, the getting started. You can use external editor. You can load backups. You have credits. You have comments, so they do the pound comments. Any comment on the line before a function definition will be part of the pop-up information. Oh, okay, so they actually have where I could, mouse over, do a flip. And the thing where it says do a flip makes the drone do a flip, that makes the drone do a flip, that would be the comment on the top. Cool. Built-in functions. Pet the piggy. Pet the piggy is an action, is not affected by speed upgrades. Okay. Cool. We got an achievement, feels good, because we pet the piggy. There's items of hay. I have 6. We have entities of grass will automatically grow in grassland, and when we harvest it, we'll get item.hay. The growth is between 0.5 seconds and 0.5 seconds. Okay. The default grassland will automatically grow, and soil... calling till allows you to turn ground into soil. Calling till again changes it back to grassland. Alright. And that is literally everything we've got for our information on how to do things. So, we need to unlock loops. That's 5. Alright, while loop. And I'm sure this is probably going to work like this. I don't know. So it'd be while true. And I don't really know when it comes to Python if we need curly braces or whatever with that. Even copy pasting the harvest command 1,000 times. At this point, you see what breaks. Yeah, no, I mean there's a lot of stuff we can do. So let's go ahead and get rid of the other stuff here. Alright. So let's see. Don't worry about creating infinite loop. The delays in execution will prevent the program from freezing. That's good. Perhaps you already tried to do this several times. Hey, Vernon. They're aware of you. So apparently I gotta do this. You feel called out. This allows you to harvest several items in one program run. However, it would be nice to harvest more than 3 times. So writing the same code multiple times is bad practice. This is this here where it's saying, you know, don't write the same code. In programming language, it's called don't repeat yourself. That basically the general rule is if you have to take the time to rewrite the same code in multiple places more than, you'll have people argue where it's 2 or 3 times, you should extract that code into another place to be called. There's a lot of people get up in arms and how, what the cutoff and all that is. So pretty much the idea here is I could do as they're saying. I accidentally, I'm going to do that a lot. Wait, how do I tab? I guess just delete. Because I went to do the shift tab and it opened up Steam achievements. Yeah, so you have you could do this as Burning was talking about, which is, I want the white space in there too. Maybe I can get the white space, maybe not. So you could do this to harvest it a dozen times or whatever, but obviously that gets obnoxious, and ultimately it'll only run however many times you go there. So you can have what's called a loop. And so what this is telling the program is while whatever I put in here is true, keep doing this. Work through the instructions on the way down. Now, with this, because I've told it true, I've said, hey, while true is true, just keep doing it, which means that would normally be what's referred to as an infinite loop because that condition can never be false. And all that. Let's see. The loop then executes the code inside the loop until the condition is false. A while loop will look like this. I don't know if I actually need the parentheses here or not. Because again, I haven't... okay, so I don't need the parentheses here. That's good to know. Now, the question is that case sensitive? It is case sensitive. So that's important information. So I need capital T for true, or capital letter for true and false, so Pascal case. There are 2 constant variable values. The constants are values that never change during a program. To create a constant Boolean value that is always true, you could simply write true. Write the false constant Boolean variable, or value, to always false. You can do either program. So I could say, while false, do a flip, or while true, do a flip, which means this would never ever run, this would run forever. Because I've told it while false, unless you could add more conditions on there. Like I said, this syntax is one I'm a bit rusty on. Because normally, the way I'm used to doing this in the programming languages I tend to use, is I would say, while true, curly brace. Why did you put a second curly brace? Curly brace. This, I would probably put that onto a new line so it looks cleaner. But, the idea, everything in the curly braces. But this is fine. But if you see me start doing stuff like that, that's what's going on, is falling into that stuff. The first will never do a flip, the second will always do flips forever. Yep, infinite loop. Normally creating an infinite loop is a bad idea because the program will freeze, but in this game, there are delays between each iteration of the loop, so it will cause the drone to keep doing a flip until you manually stop it by pressing the execution. Notice how the line after the colon is indented. Indentation like this is used to separate blocks of code. Just press tab to add an indentation, and shift tab or backspace to remove it. I can't use shift tab because that pulls up the Steam UI. The loop will repeat all the indented statements after the colon. Gotcha. The part of me who likes curly braces and all that's like put the bordering around my code absolutely is going to have their skin crawl by just having the indentation matter, because most programs, this white space is just for me as the developer to be able to see. Like, it's not functionally whatever. Your senses hurt so much. Oh, well, I really hope your allergy is kind of chill. All right, so we've indented. So now what we can do is we can get rid of this, and we can hit play. So this is to go one step at another. So you see what happens here is it says, okay, we're going to check to see if that's true. All right, it's true, so we're going to harvest. Okay, we're going to check to see if that's true. It's true, so we're going to harvest. You get the idea. And so that's how the loop would work. And so if something happened in here where we could switch that variable to false, I don't think I could change it while it's running. It would then check to see if it's true. It would find it's not true, and we would exit the loop. So with that, we'll let that run. So the next thing we can unlock is we can unlock hats for 50. Speed goes up at 20. 1 second, let's stop that. Speed upgrade. The execution speed has been doubled. The problem is that the drone now harvests faster than the grass can grow, resulting in no harvest at all. To deal with that, we need to do this if branches that say can harvest. Alright, so we would do while true, if can harvest. So does that... Okay. So can harvest, if I mouse over that, we should see what it does. The can harvest says, use to find out if a plant is fully grown. Returns true if there is an entity under the drone that is ready to be harvested. Otherwise, false. Takes 1 tick of execution. So later on we're going to have to do optimization. So now what'll end up happening with this program is while true, it'll go, hey, is this true? Yes. All right. Can I harvest the plant under you? Yes. Okay, well then harvest it. If no, it goes back to the loop. The loop is an infinite loop, so it'll just keep repeating that. So it'll harvest it as fast as it's available. The reason you can do this function as a condition like this is because it has a bool value. A return that is essentially means the function is executed and the expression evaluates the return value. Or you could say this in a lot less complicated and say, when you run this, it returns true or false, and your if condition is checking for true or false. Because methods will either do something or have a returned value. Let's see, if this runs, can harvest is called, it does nothing, returns true or false. The statement is now true or is false. Yep. You're right. This colon, I'm gonna forget every single time. Because it is not a syntax I'm used to. But so you go back and forth between Python and Java at work, though Java is your main language. You still don't like using the curly braces in Python? Yeah. No, it's very much like I like my skin is crawling that I want to go here and have curly brace, curly brace, and then curly brace and curly brace, but with the proper indentation so that I could see this is inside this block and this, all of this is inside that block. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with this not having the curly braces. It's how it is. Yeah, you haven't used Python and you already hate the syntax. But yeah, no, that's the thing. And I've had to use Python only on occasion for like data manipulation kind of stuff. And it's every time it's like pulling teeth, remembering the colon and using the curly brace and not. Now we can get the if to prevent the drone from harvesting too early. Cool. So what happens now is we execute that. Let's actually step through it. So you go, this is true. Okay, while that's true, we're going to check, can I harvest that? It's going to say yes. Okay, well then harvest it. So it's harvested. And it's just going to go through there. Okay, and it's showing that these actually simultaneously execute, and that's a separate operation. So that's good to know. That's going to execute that as a chunk, and it's going to execute as a separate chunk. Alright. So we can... Oh, so to unlock that, I need wood. Alright, so next upgrade would be expand. Expands the farm and land and unlocks movement. All right. Expand 1. Your farm has grown. This is not much this is not much use if you can't move the drone. So there's a new function, move. That moves the drone. Move requires you to specify a direction in which you would like to move the drone. There are 4 constants: north, east, south, west. For example, move north, the drone will move north 1 square. If you move over the edge of the farm, the drone will be moved to the other side of the farm. Excellent, because that means I won't have to keep an array of everything. The following example of code will keep moving the drone north, and then back to start. Okay, so what we'll end up wanting to do here. So the field is only 1 wide. So we'll always want to move. It's also bothering me that my method names are lowercase. Just hard lowercase is also bothering me greatly. Whereas my constants being all capitalized and all that, there's just a lot of things in code that are totally fine, but are not what I'm used to. So what'll happen now is we'll go into the loop. The drone will move up. It'll check if it can harvest. Let's actually switch the order on this. Shift tab doesn't work. You need wrappers with correct capitalization. Just go down here and be like, I don't know what the syntax is. We'll say, you know, Boolean move parentheses direction. You know, go in there, move direction. Just to make the syntax what I wanted. It wouldn't help with the while and true and all that. Pet the piggy. We did do the pet the piggy. Alright, so now it should go here, check to see if this is harvestable. If it's harvestable, it'll harvest it, and then regardless of whether or not it's harvestable, since this is not indented, it'll move up 1, repeat the process, and then loop back. Error. Oh. And I got an achievement for writing a bug. If they had the correct capitalization in the first place, it wouldn't be an issue. Forever tainted? I don't care. Alright. So 50 unlocks planting. And I could just run the program, but, you know, doing that. Plant. Grass is nice because it grows automatically. All other plants have to be planted with the plant function. The only plant you can plant right now is a bush. You can, let's see. You can pass this type of plant. Sorry. You can pass this type of plant you want to plant functions like this. Plant entities bush. This will plant a bush under the drone. Call clear to reset the farm to all grass and reset the drone position. It seems that if you grow more than one type of plant in your farm at the same time, you can sometimes get a higher yield. You'll need to research polyculture to learn more. Dear God. Good. Polyculture, so I have to deal with farming stuff while doing my programming. Nice. And thank you, Dragon Repairman, for the 35 stream streak. Also, I'm going to get some music going. There was some music on the front screen, and then it's gone. So I want literally something to listen to. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be picky about my music this time. Let's go to genres. Let's find something fun. Wait, don't they have an electro swing? Electro swing is fun. Pretty sure they did have electro swing. You just gotta find it. We'll do it this way. Boom. Swing. Bam. Done. Could you scoot the camera down to the corner? Oh, yeah, I can scoot my camera. Yeah, good call on that one. Let's see here. So, unlock my camera. Okay. So, we can clear to reset the farm and put all the grass back to position. So that's basically the thing. What language makes the thing? Apparently this is based on Python. And don't get me wrong, Python's legitimately a good language. It's not one I'm used to or prefer, but it does work well. Okay, so the thing we got to consider is basically we can plant the bush. Now, the catch is I can't check the state of the plant, which I think is going to be our next pain point. It does imply that we're going to want to, you also can't, I don't think we can count the number of tiles either, because I don't think we can get the coordinates. So, doing a multi-farm, because I also don't think we could do arithmetic either yet. Because it'd be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. No, this isn't C#. This is Python. Yeah, usually, like C#, you usually capitalize most of your methods. Oh, capitalizing functions? Yeah, no, C# tends to prefer Pascal case for a lot of things. All right. So we can plant that. So what I'm thinking, can we do this? All right, so I don't have variables yet. I was going to put a variable and have it just count up, and every time it's an odd number, plant that. So let's try doing this. So harvest, then plant, dot bush. Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to count the number of tiles, since it's talking about having a variety of crops would allow me to have better output, but I can't really do that without not easily do that without being able to like hold a variable to like count up or whatever, to be like, okay, the odd ones will be the bush or whatever, or be able to have a coordinate where I go, okay, this is a 0, 0, that's going to be a bush, this is, 0, 1 grass, 0, 2 grass, and all that stuff. But yeah, so we can't do any of that yet. We'll probably get the ability to do that stuff. Oh, baby Python uses snake case. You hate that flow? Okay, flow, yep. Right, and then we have to wait for it to grow. Alright. So we got that going. That'll unlock some more stuff. So those all unlock at 20. And we're going to need a mix of stuff. We'll worry about that in a minute. So I'll probably speed up the execution first. Oh, I know what we can do here. It's going to be disgusting because I won't be able to do counting and all that. So I'm going to actually do is let this hit 30. Expand part 2. The farm is expanded again. Now the tiles no longer have a nice row, so you'll need to find a way to traverse the square angle. In the while loop, so let's see, with the while loop it is not possible. So what I'm probably going to do is have 2 loops here, by the way. I'm probably going to have while... Oh no, we can do a for loop. Okay, that fixes everything, because I'll do a while loop with a for loop inside. So it goes, up 1, goes the right, up 1, goes the right, up 1, goes the right, repeats. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. Because I was about to say, it's like I don't have conditions, so I just have to, do some cursed, in here manually add, 3 move rights. That kind of thing with a move north at the end. Just copy paste it 3 times. So the problem is you have a while loop, so once you get into it, you're stuck. So I'd have to do, the move north 3 times, go over here and all that. Because we don't have variables yet, so I can't switch that back and forth from true and all that. So let's see. So your farm is expanded again. Now the tiles are no longer in a nice row, so you now need to find a way to traverse the square grid. With the while loop, it is not possible until you unlock the senses and operators. It is time for the for loop. You can read all about the for loop in the for loop page. But for now, you'll only need to know to, let's see, you only need to repeat the code fixed number of times. Do n flips. For I in range 5, do a flip. Let's see, range n creates the range numbers from 0 to n minus 1, which is the number of elements. So we are a 0 index array. That's fine. So for the for loop, runs its loop body once for every element in the sequence. In this example, we'll call it 5 times. So all you need to do, so like this here just tells it how many times to do it, but it's looking like the arrays are going to be index 0, which just means instead of counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 to have 5 values. That 0 is a valid value. Let's see, the function getWorldSize is also available. It returns the side length of your farm. This way you can write code that won't break when you expand again. All right, that's easy enough. And that's just the example. This example harvests one column of your farm for any farm size. If you're stuck, you can have hints and a possible solution. We're not going to do that. All right, so what needs to happen here is we still have the while loop that just runs through everything. That's fine. We're going to want to go down here and we're going to do a for loop. So they have for I, so it shouldn't need to be I. We can do for columns in range get world size. Do that. One of the Steam reviews is just Python. Let's see. Hopefully there's a step that talks about comment your code. There actually is a thing, and to their credit, they've even mentioned if I do something like this, look, I'm adding another thing, stop complaining. If I make a new method and say, you know, like, get rows, or something like that, and I go here and say, you know, gets the total rows. I don't have a method in here or anything yet. I am supposed to be able to go here and go get underscore rows. I don't know how you reference it back and forth, but it is supposed to be able to read that. I probably have to actually have code in there for it to do anything. But they actually had a thing about all of that there. I do want to get rid of that. That was just the thing I was making for getting that. What is he teaching? So I'm not specifically teaching. We are playing a game called The Farmer's Been Replaced. So this is a game where we are farming, but we're using a little drone, and we're basically writing what's effectively Python code to do it. Yeah, so it's a coding game. All right, so we've got the number of rows, and we'll do all this. So we're going to check to see if we can harvest it, and if we can, we will plant it. And in this case, we actually want to move this outside of the loop, the for loop. But inside the for loop, I'm going to hit that shift tab every time. Move right. I have to capitalize that because it's a constant. Okay. Oh, it's not right. It's east. All right. So what should happen here is we go into our while loop. It'll be true forever, so we have an infinite loop. It's going to check the number of rows with this method here. It's going to get us the number of rows that are available on this map. And then with that, it'll then go, okay, for the number of columns in range, get world size. I'm going to put it to I. I'm a little worried that this isn't going to actually, because normally you can put a variable here so you can check the variable, which part of the reason I want to do is I'm going to grid this out later to make it look fancy, because why not? Can you share the whole screen? Oh, if you're on the YouTube side, you can choose between the vertical and the horizontal. Like, that's YouTube, you can choose to have vertical or horizontal. Like, I am streaming both over there. You've just chosen the vertical end of it, so I can't help you on that one. Because you have people on mobile devices who will want to pull it up on there. You could keep columns and see if it works. Yeah, we're going to try that. But yeah. So what should happen is we'll go in here, and then for each column, whatever the number is, it'll check to see if it can harvest. If it can, it'll harvest it, and then it will plant a bush there. and then it'll move to the right. And it will do that until it does it for the total number of rows we have, which will be 3. And then it'll go back to moving north once, and then it'll kick us back up here to restart that process. We're definitely going to want to make this more efficient, but that's okay. My brain is already wanting to optimize things more, and the issue is I'm missing stuff like variables and arrays and all that sort of stuff that I can do, because instead of going, you know, this way all the way back to left, then up, this way all the way back to left, then up, what I want to do is go this way, up, that way, up, this way, you know, at which point I should be able to go back, you know, reset back down to the corner. Alright. So you all need hay. We can do carrots next. Alright. Carrots. Before you can plant carrots with the plant entity's carrots, you have to till the soil. This will change the ground to grounds.soil to till the soil. Simply call till. Calling till again will change it back to grounds grassland. Planting carrots costs wood and hay. These items will automatically be removed when calling plant entities.carrot. You can see the cost on any plant on its own page. I see. But do we actually have a variable of some kind or something I can call? Can I check? Oh, can I call items? Okay. Can I do a condition with 2 different values? Let's try something. If hay items.hay is less than items.carrot. Okay, so it does look like I could probably do that. Okay, I can work with this. It's hard to know if those moves take up multiple ticks or not. No idea. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to check the number of hay, wood, and all that before we do carrots. So what we're going to do is say, if items dot, well, all right. So first, we're going to harvest it can be harvested. That's going to stay true no matter what. Next, we're going to go if items dot hay. Oh, I should probably read through the rest of this. Oh, no, this is still the earlier one from that. Get that out of the way. All right. So basically what I need to do now is we'll say if hay is less than, if hay is less than items dot wood. We could do that as well. We could actually count that, because I do have that, because I wasn't sure if I could use the conditions or not. But yeah, you're not wrong, is I could deliberately split it up. But if we are going to need hay, wood, and carrots. So if it's 1, 1, and then 1, ultimately what'll happen is I will get the carrots, but I will never get more grass and all that. That's the thought I'm having, is like having it cycle through. But it did mention polyculture help stuff. So let's do it with the columns, like you're saying. So let's see. If oh, it should be column singular. Let's see. If column, I don't know if it's equals 1 or is 1 or whatever. If column equals 0, we wouldn't do anything because the grass will grow on its own. So if column, there's a problem with this as well. If we do it with the hard-coded numbers, the issue we're going to run into with the hard-coded numbers then is just the fact that once we get the field farther, it'll just not plant any farther to the right. Let's see if we can't make it responsive. If items dot carrot is less, well, if items hay is less than items.wood. Can I do not? Break. Oh my god, every single time I go to shift tab, I don't think I need the semicolon. I don't think that's how this works. If items dot... Ooh, will the break out of the loop or out of the, if? We'll see. If items dot wood is less than items dot caret, should be an else if. Then we would plant its entities dot bush. Looks like it's elif. I hate that. I hate that a lot, actually. All right. Now we can go here and go... It doesn't actually need to be planted, so this is probably a waste. Oh my god, every single time I'm gonna pull up this up. And then else. Plant. Oh wait, we need to kill. Then plant, and I need my colon up there, I assume. Entities.caret. Okay, so my assumption of what will happen here, with the way we've got this coded, is the program will start looping through. It'll check and say, hey, do I have less hay than wood? If so, plant the grass and keep moving. Oh, thank you. I'm not going to be used to that colon. You know, if so, plant the grass. Okay, if wood is less than carrots, you know, plant the bush. If, you know, none of those other conditions are true, plant the carrots. Because that means it should prioritize hay over wood and then wood over carrots and do that. So let's go ahead and run it. Let's see. Hay is not a number. It is an item. Comparing it does not make sense. But I just wanted to see what I have in my inventory. How do I get you? How do I get you? Oh, you want to check? Oh, num items. Okay. There we go. And the reason we're going through this whole process versus just, like, hard coding it is I'm trying to future-proof it so that we have, like, item prioritization and all that. Yeah, because my expectation is I'd have, you know, an items count kind of thing as a property on this, versus I understand it's effectively pointing at a class of those. Unlocks operators must be unlocked before this can be used. You jerk. Alright. That's fine. So comment all that out for right now, because I tried to skip the rules. I don't actually have the allowance to be able to do conditions. Oh, We're gonna go ahead and get a couple more bushes. So what is the next unlock? Operators. So operators... Okay, so just need a bunch of grass. So let's go here, stop the program, and change you to grass. Okay, so we are learning that that grass takes an extra function. So what I want to do right now is I want to unlock operators. Because we get 150, we can unlock operators, and I can put all that crap back. Because I want to make it so we can make this thing smarter. You know, then you'll get into, okay, well, what do we do to make the code run as fast as possible? You can see where it's blinking, that each one of those blinks takes, I think it's like a quarter of a second or half a second or something like that. So it is one of those things that we want to get extra conditions checks and all that's done. Okay, so we got that. So then the question is, if I put break here, no semicolon needed. If this works the way I expect it to, break tells it to get out of the if condition. That, like, you jumped in here and just don't do anything. At which point it'll resume the rest of the loop. Unlocks oh, I have to actually pay for it. There we go. Arithmetic operators, plus, minus, multiply. I've got divide. I don't know what the double divide is. Percentage, and I don't know what the double multiply is either. Comparison operators. Okay, so we can use not equals. Cool. Let's see. If it's Python, then pass would be the keyword for doing nothing in a code block. Gotcha. Good to know. Boolean operators, not and or. Oh, so let's compare. I see. Right. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. Integer division. Interesting. I haven't had to use that in the wild. All numbers in games are floating point numbers, so all arithmetic operators are floating point operators. The double angle bracket, double backslash is defined to just floor the number after division. For assignment operators, you can unlock variables to unlock. Introduction. Operators allow you to compare and modify and combine values. Arithmetic operators, plus, minus, multiplication, division, sure, percentage, all that, are common in mathematical operations and numbers. Comparison operators, equals to, not equals to, less than or equals to, greater than or equal to, less than or greater than, will always result true and or false. Why do you need to unlock variables? Because video games. That's it. We're learning Python, and we were given a task of making a text-based game using Python and Deep Note AI. We'll start making that after the last intro to Python class. Interesting. Yeah, we're just farming arithmetic operators, and it's just basically saying, you know, evaluates to that. It's just showing us how all these work. Okay. Yeah, so just like multiplication, division, all that stuff, that's fine. Comparison operators just saying, hey, if I say 2 is equal to 2, it's true. If I say these are not equal, they're false. Yep, it's just giving you how to do like your proofs and all that. So now it should work. Okay. Unlock senses. Where's senses? Oh no, where's senses? Oh, okay. Okay, senses is right there. Okay, that's fine. So what we could do here is we can just go right here and just give myself a bit more grass. Because it's 100 grass. So we're just gonna collect grass for a minute. That way I can get senses to make our program smart. Well, smarter. Imagine selling a drone like this and having it be able to use variables in their instructions locked behind MTX. Yeah, imagine it's you just gone to, like, you've got your robot. It's like, okay, this is the robot. It's designed to, like, serve ramen at your store. Oh, I'm sorry. The robot, you have to pay extra for the robot to know where it is in the store. Like that kind of thing. Alright, so that should be enough for us to be able to buy senses. So please, for the love of everything. Alright. The robot can see now. The functions get position X, get position Y, Return the current X and Y position of the drone. They start both at 0, so it's index 0, and go up 1 every time you go east and north. Number of items returns how much you have of an item. Get entity type and ground type to return that. That's actually probably really important for us. Do a flip if you're over a bush. The none keyword is also unlocked. The none is a value that presents, then there's no value, so that's null. For example, the function that has no return statement will actually return none. Get entity type returns none if there's no entity under the drone. If you want to find out how many particular unlock you have, use the num unlocked unlock function. Wait, if you want to find out how many of a particular unlock you have, use this num unlocked unlocked function. For example, num unlocked dot speed will return the number of speed upgrades you have. Num unlocked unlocks senses will return 1 if senses are locked. Oh no, dear goodness. So I could literally write the program at the very beginning, just paste in the whole thing, and because it doesn't actually fail the execution until you hit the code you don't have access to, so you could run the program to be like, okay, check if I've unlocked something. I have unlocked it, run this program. Have I not unlocked it? Run that program. So you could make an entire program, you could paste in this thing right from the beginning to do literally everything. Which, you know, is cool. Be careful. Num unlocked unlocks carrots will return the number of times it was unlocked that's upgraded. Num unlocked items character will only return 0 or 1 for some other plants, but not until you unlocked num unlock function. Well, that's the curiosity, is did we start with that or did we just get it? All right, so what we want to do is, first of all, we can go here and we can delete the comments. So people mentioned this should be pass. Oh, helps if I spell it right. It looks like break is also. Break out of a loop to continue executing statements after the loop. If there's a nested loop, this will always affect the innermost one. Pass. Does nothing. Can be useful to pass empty code blocks. I see. Gotcha. So if I used break there, I would get myself in trouble. So the thing we need to deal with... Okay, so we've got all that stuff. So we got a bunch of stuff going on here. All right, so we need to now start making this smarter. Because now this needs to not be a pass. So we want to get ground type. And go if get ground type. So it takes 1 tick of execution if I do that. All right, so we're gonna just see what happens if we don't bother. It could be a thing that we will F everything up. So what we're probably going to need to do, because I can't set variables yet, which is the catch. Because what you'd want to do is, in this case, I wanted to check the ground type, because the reason we need to check the ground type is carrots, the ground type needs to be tilled, and these two, that needs to just be regular ground. And so I could till it to make it, you know, switch it between the two. So what I would want to do is I would want to check if I'm going to be planting carrots to till the soil first. So we are going to get things messed up here pretty badly. But what I would want to do up here is I would want to check the ground type up here, so I check it 1 time, since it takes a tick. That way it'll carry through all those. Yeah, so this should run until the hay starts to outpopulate the wood, and then it should switch over to wood, and it'll probably toggle back and forth for a little bit. Your code is triggering a warning. The icon to view details of the output. Cannot plant... Alright, I didn't see where it actually messed up there, but that's okay. Oh. Because it's not checking to see if it's tilled or not. I see. So what we need to do to fix the problem is it actually need to go in here and go, what was it, get ground type? Get ground type. And if get ground type is grounds dot grassland, then till it. And that should fix where we had the error. Oh, a colon is expected here. Oh, there. Getting to put the parentheses, because you're a function. Alright. Yep, no, because it's basically teaching us Python. Alright, so now I've got it where it's smart enough, because it looks like the bushes and all that don't care if it's tilled or not. So it's hopping between all the stuff, and it's going to try and roughly balance things. You'll notice it'll end up burning down some of the hay, because I'm not having it be really smart about it. So I'll burn down the hay, and I'll burn down the wood until the carrots are in the lead. Then I'll plant that, and I'll switch the plants over. So it's going to kind of go in a rotation. That's still not too bad. So with all that said... I found a problem in my program. When the hay is the lowest, the hay apparently cannot be grown in the tilled soil. Alright. If get ground type equals grounds dot grassland. Sorry, grounds dot soil. Till. Let's see, it did state that the hay needed grassland. Yeah, no, I just missed that. Do you think this would be good for a beginner learning to program? One second, what's going on here? So, oh, I have it inside the can harvest. All right. Huh. Because we don't want to put this outside the, like this part, we don't want to put outside the if harvest necessarily. Can I get the, we'll deal with that in a minute. Because the issue is it can't plant because it's not going in there because it's not the harvest setup. Alright, so let's go back up here. We can get the speed to be faster. Alright, but what we're going to need to do... Yeah, no, this would be fine for learning the basics of Python. I don't think we're going to get into, like, a lot of the more in-depth stuff. But the general ideas here, we are effectively writing Python code. So the issue I'm running into right now is, well, at the speed the robot's going, the plants grow faster than I can get the robot there. We should be fine to not put this inside here anymore. So we need to de-nest all this. And normally I just click on the whole group and say Shift-Tab, but that brings up Steam stuff. Alright, what's your warning now? Warning, did not require items, entity, character. Didn't have the required items. Oh, because it just bought everything. But then why are you going here and not doing wood? So, is hay less than wood? It is not. Is wood less than carrots? Oh, less than or equal to. There's your problem. We weren't handling a zero situation. All right. Yeah, we could also have done not greater than or a whole bunch of stuff like that. Okay, so that's running real fast. So that's at 500 carrots. We don't care about that. The grass having a higher yield is probably a good bet if we get more of that. We can expand the farm more at 30 of each, 250 of each. Sprint is good for debugging. At 35 carrots, we could assign variables. Okay, assigning variables. All right, what's happening now? You cannot harvest. So hay is less than or equal to wood. And we get the ground type, soil. Is a colon is expected. What was the syntax for, the operator? So we have the logic. We have equals, not equals to. We have the operators there. Calls a Boolean, not and or. Not simply inverts the value. And evaluates to true only if both values are true. Oh, okay, that's never mind. So get value type. Let's go and see this. So you. Oh, it's the wrong command. There we go. I was checking to see what the plant was, not the situation about what the soil was. There we go. And as the field gets larger, we should see it start mixing the crops a lot more. Instead of, like, switching and doing the field in one and then the next kind of thing. Alright. Watering plants waters to make them grow faster. Unlocks trees. So we can expand again. And now with no changes to our program, why is it depleting wood? Because planting carrots takes wood and hay. Alright. You're already confused? So basically what we're doing in our program right now is we've got a loop that runs forever. That's all that line means. When we go to this line, it's saying for however many columns we have, loop through this for that many times. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. So it'll loop through this part here 4 times. And you can tell that because this is at a higher tab over here, so it goes to that. We check to see if we can harvest the crop. If so, we do. Then we check to see if we have less hay than wood. And if we do, we make sure it's the correct ground type for, we check to see if it's not the right ground type for tilling. If it isn't the right ground type, we till the soil to get it to be good for that. Otherwise, we check to see if we have less wood than carrots. If we have less wood than carrots, we plant the bush, which is where we get woods. And then finally, if nothing else, we plant carrots. But we also check the ground type to make sure it's the correct one for the carrots, and then if it isn't, we make it into that. And then the little robot just runs through our program. You can even go line by line if you want, where you go, run the loop. Okay, we've got our for statement. Can I harvest it? Yep. Is hay currently less than or equal to wood? It is not, so we skip that. Is wood less than or equal to carrots? It is, so we should plant a bush there. And then we'll go over here to where it moves east. It loops over when it reaches the edge. Now, it does it again. And then it goes through that process all 4 times. And then it moves north as its last instruction in the loop, and then repeats the program. And so it's basically I'm having it evaluate of my materials how much I have of each, and so it's swapping between them to like balance those numbers out. There's probably like a percentage we want of all that, but I'm just doing it the lazy of, we'll just do it all. Okay. So at 100 wood, we can expand the farm again. That makes things go faster. I don't really care about printing on the screen right now. We can assign the next value. So I could also sit there and have it just rotate between literally each and every plant. So get rid of all of this logic and swap it out with other stuff, which isn't a terrible idea. Well, this is for variables. We still want variables regardless. Variables can be thought as named containers that hold a value. That is a terrible way of describing it. You can hold a value and you can retrieve a value from a variable. You can set and get a variable. The operator is used to declare a variable to store a value in it. So we have the name of our variable and what we want to set it to. The left-hand side of the operator is the variable name, and you can give it any name you want. The right side is an expression whose resulting value will be stored in the variable. Declare the variable named A and store the value of 5 would do that. Declare a variable named B, you can store the value of can be harvest. Do not confuse the equal operator with the equals operator. The equals operator checks whether 2 values are the equivalent and returns true or false. The equal operator sets the value of the variable. After the variable has been assigned, you can use in the code to retrieve the value it contains. So if I set A to 5, and then I go in here and I say the range is A, that means the range is 5. The above loop will be executed 5 times because A is set to 5, and the I in the for loop will also be a variable automatically assigned to the current value of the sequence of each iteration of the loop. It doesn't have to be called I. You can give it any valid variable name. Variables also let you do the same thing in a while loop. Yep, so we could set while to do stuff that way. This does the same thing as the loop above, but that says we just increment manually. Note that an increment I, we set to be its own value of I, or sets its own value plus 1. Changing the value of a variable based on a previous value is something very common. It can also be abbreviated using some of these operators: plus equals, minus equals, multiply equals, divide equals, percent equals. Alright, so we just unlocked variables where I could make this program smarter. So like I mentioned before, we have the getting the soil state. I could choose to do this outside the loop. In this case, it doesn't really matter, because with that, I don't have to call it here. I do call it here. There's not really a penalty for having a larger function. So that doesn't really matter right now. But we'll want to get that. We can do some clever stuff, like deliberately making it rotate through the crops. So, like, plant to, like, instead of doing it this way, I could sit here and be like, it need to be outside the loop. I could do something like carrots equals 0, hay equals 0, wood equals 0. And then go in here, and as part of that, be like, okay, add 1 to hay, add 1 to wood, and have these evaluate on these. I'm perfectly content with what I've got. Right now, these take 1 tick each, I believe. Yes, these take 1 tick each, I believe. So, if we use the other way, I don't think it takes a tick to set a variable. So we could speed things up. So we could go here, and give ourselves what's effectively a variable, and say carrots equals num items dot carrot. Let's see. Hay equals num, and this is an optimization we probably don't need to do. Hay. We can go to wood equals num items.wood. So with this, I've set my variables outside here. So now what I could do is I can go and get rid of where each one of these is having to do a tick each time. And I could just say, hey, is less than or equal to wood. And you can do wood is less than equal to carrots. And then there's not really an else we care about. And then what we would do from here is I would need to add one more thing onto the function, which is when we go down here, we could get the entity type each and every time, but I can be lazier about this and go, oh my god, I'm going to do that every time. We could say carrots plus equals 1, and we could go down here, do wood plus equals 1. Let's see, maybe name the numhay or whatever for clarity. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm not going to do it right now, but that wouldn't be a bad idea to have a better name variable there. And those are the kind of things that actually you end up doing a lot in software development as you get into discussions about what you want to name your variable and all that to be more descriptive. Because what's happening here is we'll just do it. Is by calling this numhay, we know that's referring to number of hay. Oh, no, you're right. I set the wrong variable there. I'm used to having all like my IntelliSense stuff, so I'm going way slower because I'm having to just deal with that. You capitalize wood? Yeah, that's going to happen a lot because a lot of the programming languages I have done, I would be capitalizing things different, so it's throwing me. Oh, there we go. We missed. You are supposed to be num, because my expectation is, and the reason, for those who don't know why we did this, is each time I call this method, I lose 1 tick, which is like how long it takes to run the program. So if we looked at what we had here before, I would lose a tick here, so that's 1 tick lost, 2 ticks lost, when I did these methods up here. But I'm under the impression the variable uses no ticks, which means I run all of these, we take our 3 ticks up front hit, and then all of the getting of that values doesn't matter anymore. So the program should just run faster. Alright, so what's our next upgrade we get from here? We can define our own functions, which is a fun thing that we can get in trouble. Need to apply carrots cost. No, it's fine. Because when these ones go down, it'll still do the less than equals. It does mean my carrots are going to be around the same amount. Because basically it's checking to see if I have less hay than I do the others. If so, I'll plant the hay. And then it checks to see if I have less wood than the carrots. If so, I'll plant the wood. It's got a delay. So now instead of where before it was kind of flipping the whole field at once, it is rotating through those a lot more. Oh, no, wait, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Right. Right. I should go in here and I should increment these down because we are removing one from the pool. Right. I didn't think of... I see what you're saying there. I didn't think of the cost on those items. Yeah, so now it's going to be flipping those down a bit more. But this should be good because it does mean I'm going to be mixing my field a lot more versus, you know, it just being one thing. It is amusing that that's coming out to like a very kind of specific pattern right now. What? Why is it doing it that way? Okay, so you're 229. You're 272. You're 234. So we're all correct there. So if hay is less than wood, we add 1 to hay. If wood is less than carrots, we add 1 to carrots. And then we add 1 to carrots and take 1 hay and 1 wood away. And these will be off by a couple, typically. And the reason they're going to be off is we are just planting things now. Yeah, so that's made at 230. Okay, it sorted itself out. I'm wondering if there's a way I'm getting out of sync with the numbers or something like that. Because it was planting a lot of hay there for a minute, even though the hay was the highest number, and that's what I was trying to figure out when like the variable went awry, because it shouldn't. You're gonna let it run until the hay falls behind the wood and see it should switch over. Yeah, so it should switch over to hay now, with a mix of the carrots in there. Right. Because if the wood gets higher than... Alright, 1 second. So what's happening here is the wood is still continuing to climb. The delay of harvesting... Right. Oh, right, I see what you're saying. Because when it skips by a bush... Yeah, so harvest it if you can. Right. Because previously we had it... Right, previously had this all nested, so it was inside the harvest statement. And all that. But we ran into a situation where I ended up with plots that couldn't be harvested, like this one we're sitting on now. And when that happened, we had issues. So what we're going to need to do, because that's to plant the bush. So it's only going to be a thing in the event I've got an empty field. Because, yeah, that's causing... The bush is growing slowly is what's causing the problem. So, what we could do... And the problem is if I put it to check the entity type up here, that will add 1 tick on every single one of them, which is okay. We can make this work. We'll just add another variable. Let's see, if harvest... Increment... Yeah, we'll have to put this out here. Increment is false. And if we go in here, we can do increment equals true. And so basically what happened is we said, I was successfully able to harvest. We got something here. Like, let's go ahead and do this. So now we would want to go if increment then you do this. Now, one of the catches is in real life, your conditions can be expensive, depending on what you're doing. So I could be trading ticks in one place for ticks in another place. Can I do this tab? Yeah. So now the count should stay correct. Because what'll happen is every time we harvest, it tells it to switch that. I have a typo after the harvest function. Oh. There we go. Thank you. That's the reasons why, like, in C# and all that, we would do something like this. Like I would declare a variable, or I'd say it's a bool, or something like that. because then if I misspelled this, because it's a strongly typed language and everything, it turned around and be like, you can't do that. You're calling something that doesn't exist. You've called an uninstantiated variable or variable whatever. I like those extra things. It makes the code a lot like cleaner with all that. All right. Yeah, so it seems like these are kind of balancing each other out. Yep, okay. So with that said, we got a bunch of stuff that we can process things. We could expand our field faster. We can, I mean, we might as well. Expand the field more. Because why not? So next would be pumpkins. We can make the grass have higher yield. So that's a 200% yield. So we got to mess with our math again. So in this case, what we can do here is we can go into what was the thing called? There's one where I could check the num unlocked. So we can go hey unlocks equals num unlocked. And let's see here. So num unlocked, use to check to see if an unlock entity, ground, or item has already been unlocked. Returns 1 plus the number of times that thing has been upgraded. So the problem I'm going to run into here is when we look at the grass, is it looks like it's going to double each time because it goes from 100% to 200% to 400%. So I'm going to have to figure that. So while num unlocked unlocks dot that's fertilizer, I'm guessing? Grass. Number unlocks grass. Alright. So what we're going to need to do is for each time it's unlocked, I need to double it. So we need to do it by a power. And I'm trying to think of how on earth I do that in Python. Because ultimately what needs to happen here is if, for example, I have no unlocks, then we would have 100%. No problem. That'd be a value of 1. If we have 1 unlock... Oh, it's times for power? Cool, cool. Alright, so then you'd be 1. So it'd start with a baseline of 1. I'll probably need to put a condition here to make sure it's not 0. Here, we can do it this way. We will do haze. We'll just do grass unlock equals 1, or grass value equals 1. And then we will need to have a condition if because I want to... This will be a setup. I can be a little more inefficient because we'll run it just once. So if is greater than 0, do that. And then inside our condition here, we would want to go in here and then go, okay, grass underscore value equals num unlocked. It is going to be wasting a tick, but that's okay. We're wasting a tick on setup, which runs once, and then we don't have to worry about it ever again. All right, so num unlocked grass. Oh, come on. Trying to think of the order that should be. It should be that is the power. All right, I think that'll be right. We'll want to verify this value. Oh, don't need a semicolon. And we have the one here just in case we don't have it unlocked. So go down here. So num unlocked grass. Yes, that tells me what it does. I should have set that as a variable just so I could see it. So 4. Cool, that's right. It should be at 4. All right, so with that, what we're going to go ahead and do is pop down here. And so now this one's going to change. It's going to go up by an increment of grass value because we have increased the yield of the grass. So we're no longer getting 1 hay per instance. Farm 1,000 hay. Wait. That's not right. Incrementing by 2. Right, because it's index 0. That'll also be a problem. Because then if it's a value of 1, we minus 1, we put it by 0, and that's 2 times that. It's a thing I won't worry about. It's basically code if I just used it again the next time it caused problems. Why are you not incrementing how much I expect you? All right, let's go down here to you. I want to put a breakpoint here. With a lot of the dev tools I've used, I can go down to this point here and put a little breakpoint there to stop the code when it executes that line. All right, let's wait till we catch up a little bit. Why do you seem to be incrementing? Why are we incrementing that by a lot? So all of this is causing me grief because I'm doing a lot of stuff with the ticks. What should happen is the wood should start catching up. And then it should switch over to hay. Let's just spend some hay. Right, so you're 500 wood, you're this. The hats are fine. This is what you'd also could do here, is you could use the printout. Oh, I can literally just add the breakpoints. Yeah, so these are some things that people could do. So like I said, I could go here, I can add a breakpoint there, and what that means is this code will continue to run. If I hit this line of code, it will then stop and show me what the values are. So it's a way to diagnose stuff. You can also use print. I don't like using print. But it is a thing you can do where you can print to the console, or I guess there's a text file or whatever. And it's basically gonna say spit this all out. So it's effectively how you give yourself a log. So let that run for a minute. In the meantime, water plants to make them grow faster. Yeah, so we hit our breakpoint. And so it's telling me I have 303 hay and 2 grass value. None of that's even remotely right. Huh. I've overcomplicated things by doing this. Alright, well, what we can do is... The problem I'm running into here is I'm trying to make it more efficient to avoid the ridiculous number of calls. You want to be very careful when you're doing calls in a loop. those calls, if they have any cost to them, are a problem. Let's see, you don't need a bracket for grass value. Grass value. No, because that is a variable, not a function. So this is just something I've set a value for versus this is doing some kind of evaluation. You know, it's effectively calling some separate code hidden behind the scenes. All right. So my issue's probably here. So we're checking. Right now you're set to 1. If we step once, you're now set to 2. That should be correct. Because if we look at this, I have done 1 upgrade. Oh, well, no, that's weird. Okay, yeah, no, this should be fine. So we've upgraded it twice. It may not have started at 1. Because, yeah, that should be the right value, right? Because we're looking here, and it's saying the next upgrade will kick it up to 400%, but we're currently at 200%. I think what I might need to do here is this. And that's fine. That'll work. They'll accomplish the same thing. So wait till it evaluates here, and then we can check that value again. Because what's happening is I think when it's saying it's the 200%, I'm willing to bet it was the first upgrade was a 100% increase, so I have 1 as my base value, then I'm getting 2, and now I'm getting, you know, should be getting more. So what I want to do is soon we should see this tick. And I want to see what it goes up by, like... new hat unlocked. Hat's tree hat. Change hat. Okay. So this should evaluate to... Oh, I didn't put a breakpoint. That's kind of important. Alright, so grass value is 3. Number of hay should be 337. It should be off by a couple. And the reason it should be off by a couple is that's basically what I've planted, not what I've harvested. Let's kind of watch to see that this is continuing to... It should be planting a lot of hay right now. I think we're fine. I think we're actually in a good shape where it is planting, if we look at this, roughly twice as much of the hay and the wood as it is the carrots, which should be about where it ends up. So I think we're actually good there. I'm not thinking about the fact that it's the planted amount, not the harvested amount. Alright, so that's a bunch of carrots, that's a bunch of wood. That's stuff we don't have access to. I don't really care about the hat, that's cosmetic. We can get the time, we can set the speed. Function to temporarily slow down execution to make farm smaller. Oh, I'm not doing that. We can assign, we've already got the variables. We can create arrays, or a list/arrays. That's it, we want to be very programmatic. That might come up as a thing if they say, like, oh, where you plant a tree, if you plant this crop around it, you'll get a better yield or whatever. In that case, what you could do is have it where it goes, okay, I'm going to plant a tree, and then, like, assign all the neighboring spots to bee stuff. Simulate test faster under reproducible conditions. Gotcha. Unlocks trees. Water plants to make them grow faster. I mean, right now, it seems like the drone can't keep up with things growing in the first place. So let's go ahead and get the trees. I'm sure I'm going to regret this. Oh, that increases the yield of the carrots. Can I increase the yield of the wood? I'm willing to bet trees are also just a source of wood, but a thing. Let's see. Trees are a better way to get wood than bushes. They give 5 wood each. Like bushes, they can be planted on grass or soil. Trees like to have some space, and planting them right next to each other will slow down their growth. The growing time is doubled for each tree that is on the tile directly to the north, east, west, or south. So if you plant trees every tile, they'll take 16 times longer. Gotcha. So basically that's where we would start caring about, hey, are you next to a tree? So we're going to go in here and say, for now, with this, we're going to go to the bush. We're going to swap you to that, swap you to this, and we're going to pretend everything's fine and see how it works out. Obviously, we're not doing, like, the sanity check around anything here, because I think it'll be incremental enough that most of the time it's not going to line up. It'll happen once in a while. All right. Yeah, so this is our first case. We have these ones and this one that they landed next to each other. But because of the programmatic nature of how we're doing stuff anyways, it's kind of balancing for that. Obviously, we want to avoid that. But that's where this would come into place. Because with the lists, I could go in and basically kind of give it a map being like, what's here? And anytime I put a tree, we can just kind of do a check and say, this area, we're going to bypass that logic and not plant a tree there. I am not going to bother doing that at all right now, because I don't see that as particularly relevant. Increases the yield of bushes and trees. Cool. So with that, we got to pause our logic. Tree value equals 5, because that's its base value. And then we can go down. Oh my god. I'm going to do the shift tab every time, and it's never going to work. Unlocked. Unlocked dot trees greater than 0. Wood, or we'll make it wood value. Wood value equals 5. Wood value plus equals 2 to the power of num underscore unlocked unlocks dot tree. Because what that should do, if I'm thinking this correctly, is it'll go and it'll say, okay, wood right now, you default to a value. Well, actually, you would default to a value. Ah, this is interesting. So the thing is, with a bush, it would be 1 baseline. With a tree, it's a 5 baseline. And I think that 5 is the initial value from this. And then it's incrementing up. Yeah, I guess it is. So I gotta think about this. Because unlocking the first tier makes it 5. So the initial thing here would be 1. So we would need to have another condition in here that says if no, well actually. Okay, so if it's unlocked, we need 5 plus this garbage. Because we removed the initial value to deal with the fact that it's giving me 5. And then the rest will be by the powers of whatever. We will try that. I don't know if that's going to work because I don't feel like doing the math. Yeah, so right now it's going all in on the grass because we spent that to do a bunch of stuff. I'm also thinking the existing trees. Yeah, that gave me 10 for that tree. Oh, we also have a logic problem here. You need to be wood value. Put a breakpoint there. And let it run for a minute. It's also a thing, it won't fix the increment if I spend stuff. Alright, so we can go in here. We can unlock pumpkins to make our lives worse. Okay, so let's pause that for a minute. And let's run the program again. Okay, so the wood value should be 10. Why are you 7? Huh? You should be 10. Well, right. No, I removed the plus equals because I want this to replace the default value. Because it's the first level makes it 5, not 1. So it's not a multiplier here. It straight up replaces the value with 5. And then each time we have this, it's going to be a double, or it's going to be the power of the 5, not the 1. It's probably just an order of operations issue, something like you need to be like that. Oh, stop the program, start the program up over again. Yeah, that made no difference at all. Alright, let's do it by figuring out what that's going to look like. I don't like that it wipes that out when I do that. So you are going to give me a value of 2. Why the... do you give me a value of 2? Okay, so that's how many times I've unlocked. Is this not powers? Is that not powers there? Because what it should be is 2 to the power of 2. Well, 2 to the power of 2... yeah, because what I wanted to do, because that should be 2 to the power of 2. So it should be 2 times 2. I can see why that would be 4. If we go plus 1, then it should be 8. Okay. Alright, I gotta think of the way we're doing this, because this isn't right. Alright, so, if trees equals 1, it's 5. So we want to start here, go 5 plus that. No, because it's still wrong, because we're basing from 5. Because what's happening here is that unlock goes and says, okay, double the value, okay, quadruple the value, okay, quintuple the value, or octuple the value. But the starting value for the first level, for the 100% of it, is 5. That's my baseline. That's what I'm working with multiplicative. So that's one thing that's wrong, is you should be a multiplier, not an add. No, okay. Okay. That was a little problem, is I was adding, not multiplying. So now this should be right. It should come up with 10. There we go. The problem was I had an add here, and this should be a multiplier. So it's being additive, not multiplicative. There we go. There was my problem, is that was the wrong operator. Alright. So cut you loose, and now let's actually see what the heck is going on with these pumpkins. Alright. Items pumpkin. Obtained from harvesting a pumpkin. See pumpkins. Pumpkins grow a lot of like carrots on tilled soil. Planting them costs carrots. When all pumpkins in a square are fully grown, they will grow together to form a giant pumpkin. Unfortunately, pumpkins have a 20% chance of dying when they're fully grown, so you'll need to replant the dead ones if you want them to merge. When a pumpkin dies, it leaves behind a dead pumpkin that won't drop anything when harvested. Planting a new plant in its place automatically removes the dead pumpkin. So there's no need to harvest it. Can harvest will always return false on dead pumpkins. The yield of the pumpkin depends on the size of the pumpkin. A pumpkin with a, oh. Okay. It's a good idea to get at least 6 times 6 size pumpkin to get the full multiplier. This means even if you plant a pumpkin on every tile in the square, one pumpkin may die and prevent the mega pumpkin from growing. Alright. So we're gonna need to map it. Okay. So, it's time for new logic. We will have a brand new thing of pumpkin time equals false. And we can go up here to num underscore pumpkins equals num items. So basically, we're going to check to see how many pumpkins we have. And we're going to go down here. And we're going to have the last bit of logic down here at the very end of this. When everything's said and done, this is becoming an elif of number of carrots is less than pumpkin, or num underscore pumpkins, and number of carrots is greater than, so once a 6 by 6, so that's what, 36? Is greater than 36. Or sorry. Or is less than 36. Okay, so if we don't have enough carrots to plant the pumpkins, oh right, we would need a buffer. You're right. So let's say 50. So number of carrots is less than number of pumpkins, or number of carrots is less than 50, we plant the carrots. Now we go down here, and Shift Tab will still not do that. We go here to else, and the else is pumpkin time equals true. All right. So with the pumpkin time, it recommends me getting basically the entire thing to be pumpkins, which is why I did this logic. Because what we're going to do is we'll set this to true. In the event we do that, we're going to want a new condition here. We'll have if time for a new file. Let's see. Because with the new file, I'm not sure, like, the syntax. So this is, like, a new function here. Pumpkin planting, I don't know. Alright. So what'll end up happening here is we'll go while I don't know how I pass a variable over to you, actually. Alright, so let's see for your multiple files. Programming, operators, variables, break, external area loading, output, stats. What I'm trying to see is for tying these together. Because normally what you do is I would have somewhere up here I'd have a function or method declaration. So I'm making a new file that I want to call over to. And that's what I'm trying to figure out is in this language what the appropriate thing is for calling over to another class. We had that in our unlocks, right? Oh, I have to define my own functions. Boom, done. I had to unlock it. I believe it's using Python. Yeah, so I just didn't unlock it, which is the whole problem. Alright, so maybe we don't worry about another file for right now. We'll have just a separate method. Okay. Use the def keyword to define a new function. You can use the call operator function, whatever. You can also see scopes to learn about global variables and all that kind of stuff. For right now, this is main. So if, oh my god, Shift Tab still doesn't work. If I do def space pumpkin planting. And then you need to be able to grab your arguments. So we have our first argument. Actually, do I need an argument for you? I don't think I do. Alright, so now here we go while, and we don't want this to be actually true. I shouldn't have access to pumpkin time here because scope-wise it's trapped inside, like it's inside here. I wonder if I could declare a variable, and let's not cause trouble. Pumpkin time equals true, while pumpkin time, do the stuff in here. And then at the end of everything, when we finish the final, like, go through the harvest, then we'll set the pumpkin time to false. So the first thing we need to do is there's supposed to be a thing that I can choose clear, and clear will reset the drone back to 0. And so we can do all that. Is there a return value I have to worry about? Yes, there's return values. Yeah, and that's fine. We don't actually need to return something. I just want this as a separate method because I don't want to make this too crowded. Alright, so what's going to end up happening is I'm going to need to make an array. I need 500 carrots for that. So for right now, I'm going to make that just do its thing. Because we make an array. Wait, what? Oh. There we go. Still can't shift tab. And the reason we're doing this is I'm basically removing the pumpkin-related code for right now. You need a colon. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm going to need more carrots. Why are you endlessly evaluating? Oh, it's because I have so much wood I've stockpiled. Right, I got a ridiculous amount of wood that's stockpiled. Alright, is there something I can burn some wood on? Sure, I'm not going to even look into what watering does yet. Now let's start up here. Okay, that should automatically sort itself out. Now granted, when I unlock stuff while it's running, all the numbers are going to be busted. And also, I've got another problem here. And that problem is, now I need to have a carrot value. And so let's see what this was. So carrot value, I don't know what the base cost of the carrot value was. So I don't know where to start with that. We'll start with that with 1. And go here and go, still shift tab doesn't work. If num unlocks dot carrots is greater than 0, carrot underscore value equals, I have no idea what the carrot started at. I'm guessing 1. So 2 to the power num unlocked minus 1 unlocks dot carrots. And all we're doing is we're making it so it can keep track on its own. Can you right-click to get old values? No, I'd have to have it running during... Oh, you mean like this? Yeah, I tried going into the carrots thing there, and I didn't see where I could see it. I think it's 1, though. So now what we need to do is we need to go here and change that to not num carrots, carrot value. And that should fix that. And we're completely out of wood. Why are you evaluating that way? Alright, what's broken? Okay, so let's go down here, because we're not getting into this logic here. Let's go here. What's happening here? So num wood is 1. Oh, did I set where's the wood value? Why did you become 1? Some num hay, num wood. Num hay should not be going there because num hay is not less than and equal to there. Else if number of wood is less than carrots. Oh, it's working. I'm sorry. I'm being dumb. We're pulling up all the stuff here. We're just planting trees for the whole grid, which is ruining everything. Alright, so there's the next problem. I believe we can actually get the XY of things. I could deliberately make it so I could have a grid here that it cannot plant anywhere but the accepted tiles. Because the thing with the trees, if you plant too much, they're heavily, heavily penalized. So every time I buy an expensive wood upgrade... Because I was thinking, it's like, oh yeah, they're going to space them anyways. I didn't think about the fact that we could just consume 400 wood and then get all goofed. So let's see here. So what we could do is, if... Alright, what was the function for the grid? There's like get position or something like that. Where do you have that? What's under senses? Let's see here. What I'm looking for... Yeah, get position X, get position Y. Alright, if get position X... Alright, so what we'll want to do here... I'm going to be lazy about this. Get position X... Ooh, I don't know if we could check otter even. Boo. I was going to be like, if get position X is even, I don't imagine we can do something like that. Nope. I was going to say, if it's even, you know, do one thing. If it's odd, do the other thing. So let's go ahead and see here. I don't think we have anything around the lines of %2 equals 0. Well, let's... Yeah, so percent's not an operator I'm used to seeing very much. What is the percent operator? Let's look at that one real fast. So the percent operator... Where are you, percent? Okay. This is a modulo operator, so that's a new one to me. Also known as a remainder operator. It's essentially divided the two numbers and it results with the remainder. Okay. Okay. So if I divide by 2, it'll be always a 0 or 1. Alright, that's... Okay. Cool. I gotcha. Alright, so we've got that. It is mod in Python, I remember correctly. So yeah, so if we do this by 2... we'll get the remainder, and if it is 1, so it's an odd number, and get position. And well, I'll explain what I'm doing here in just 2 seconds. Basically, what I'm telling it to do is as kind of a low effort, you know, deal with that. Oh, that's going to create another problem, isn't it? Okay. All right, we can do this really, really horribly. No problem. Else, it's going to make my stuff wrong. Entities.bush. We will want to do if increment num underscore wood plus equals wood underscore value. So the problem is because I'm adding the 5 up here, and then we're doing the powering of it, if I plant the bush, it's going to be wrong. And it was like, oh, I could just take 5 off of it, but if we have, like, no upgrades, because there might be a prestige or something. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to we're just not going to do that. That's what we're going to do. Because it'll become grass otherwise. Yeah, so we're going to leave that alone. So basically we're going to do a check. And if I can put a tree there, it's a valid place to put a tree. We'll put a tree there. Otherwise, we'll just move on to the next tile. That's not the most elegant... Oh, I need a colon. It's not the most elegant solution, but it will technically... Try using percent on the function... Oh. Your functions. You're not variables. You put the check in the while if. In the elf. I put the check up here, you mean? Well, the problem is each one of these probably costs a tick. Yeah, so if I put this check up here, it's costing me a tick. So I only want to use it if I absolutely need it. Because otherwise, every time this runs, it'll cost me a tick. That's the whole reason we're using the variables and not just calling these in there. Because we started calling these down here to begin with, but each one of these also costs a tick. In this program, like this, like real life, you're not going to give an F about that. I mean, you probably would. You're in a while loop, but in the video game, because they have such a hard tick limit where it's like half a second per tick or whatever, you would definitely not want to make more calls than you really need. Yeah, so we did the real lazy way. Ooh, actually. Ooh, 1 second. Okay, wait a second. We can do stuff here. This is gonna be a go-to. Oh my god. No. Or let's grab all of this. And make those 0. It should make a checkered pattern. Right, because we just got all our wood, so we've cashed out that, so the carrot's got to catch up. But what should happen is only when the column and the row are even, it'll plant a tree, or if both the column and the row are odd, it should plant a tree. So if either the column or the row is like one's even, the other's odd, it won't. So it should skip tiles like those and plant tiles like these, because this is odd and odd, even, even, odd and odd, even, even. So pretty soon it should switch over to yeah, so it's gonna start juggling between the trees, and as it needs trees, it'll space them out. Interesting that once in a while it skips a spot. Oh, I'm betting it's skipping a spot on the tiles that, right, it's the tiles it would have planted a tree, but because I told it not to, it's just skipping it. I'm pretty okay with that. Want to just have a blank space, a checker pattern for this? Yeah, yeah, anytime it would have planted a tree, but it's not in the accepted spot, it's just gonna skip it. Ultimately, we could make it just default to planting literally something and just be done with it. And that would be an acceptable alternative. So let's go ahead and do that. So go here. Okay, so in this case, let's grab you and tab you up. So you're nested in there. Shift tab still doesn't work. Else, we can have plant. Nah, I'm gonna leave it alone. We'll just leave it the way it is. Right, because that's gonna cause it to be wrong if it don't nest. Yeah, we'll just leave it alone. It does mean I'll occasionally get one that's just wrong. I'm not gonna fuss with that because we're gonna have to change it later with the pumpkins and all that. Use a companion planting to increase the yield. Oh, it increases the yield? No. Because if we're doing that, that means I'm going to have to grid out everything to figure out the multipliers of the companion thing. If I'm doing that, I could also just say, because, like, here's the alternative. We can make it smarter so, it, like, right now we're trying to balance these out relatively okay. We could just have gone, forget all of that, and just be like, roughly, hey, you know, do 2 of that, do 3 of that, do 4 of that, that kind of thing. And sure, everything would get out of whack after a while, but it's also like, you know what? Maybe we don't care. You hate the tick limitations for this, otherwise you can make the plant whatever function and just call it. Yeah, but it makes sense, because that's usually when you play these, like, programming games, the handling the tick stuff is usually kind of 2 reasons they do that. One is that they don't do that, the computer, like, they have to add, like, some delay, or the game just kind of grinds to a halt because you infinite loop something and the game locks up. So it is a protection against that. And then 2, it does teach you optimization. Because to be clear, there is value in doing that. Like where we are calling all of these outside of our while loop, that is generally a good practice to make sure stuff that I can set elsewhere to do that. Now, granted, real life, you're probably not going to be doing this outside unless it's a computationally heavy thing. So, like, for example, if I'm just doing math like we're doing here, I'm probably calling that crap in here because the cost of processing it is going to be fairly negligible. But if, for example, I was calling this method, and this method was calling, like, the file system or a database, something that's a very slow process, you would want to make sure you call that outside your while loop, if at all possible. Sometimes you can't, but you'd want to try and, like, you'd want to minimize the number of times you do that hit. Because you can have, like, a database call that takes 2 seconds. You know, it's a remote database. And if you're doing that every single time you do a loop, suddenly this thing, you know, it's supposed to update, like, 100 fields. Each field it does is a 2-second thing. That means the whole thing has to run for 200 seconds, so a little over 3 minutes. Understandably, if someone's pulling up your website and your whole thing just freezes for 3 minutes, they're probably going to cuss you out. Because that's not a reasonable thing. Like, maybe if it's some, like, big advanced report, they're like, all right, hang on, we're doing a major report here. You're going to need to come back for this. That's fine, but not as, like, normal stuff. So what we're going to want to do here is be overwhelmed by what's going on for a moment. Fertilizer grows plants instantly. Don't you do that. I mean, in terms of things calling a function you made locally costs a lot more than just copy pasting functional text. Yeah. I'm gonna unlock that to make it stop bothering me. Okay, so that's unlocked. We can increase the speed of the code and all that. We got all these squared away. Those are all pumpkins. That's a treasure chest. I'm basically looking at stuff that we can just unlock that I have the currency to do that. We're gonna get sunflowers and power next. The pumpkins are gonna be rough. The pumpkins are gonna be the first one I'm gonna have to like properly do stuff. So we can. Oh, okay. So I wasn't able to use the other file anyways. So yeah. So the other file is where you do an import. All you need to know about this is if I make another file, and we'll call it something like. 1 second. We call it something like dog. And I drag that over there. Now, to use any code from there here, I have to go import dog. And at this point, anything I put in there is available in here. That kind of thing. And you'll have to do like dog dot whatever. And I keep dragging that on the window. Oh, it's putting it down there. I kind of hate that. But yeah, so that's kind of a cool thing. We're also just getting water occasionally. So it is a thing that we can potentially go in here and have another part to the program that says, for things that grow really slowly, the tree, we'd go in here and say, if, ooh, I'm going to probably have to grab that each time, aren't I? Num underscore items items.water greater than 0. We would then what's the water command? There's get water. Gets the current water level under the drone, returns water level under the drone between 0 and 1, executes 1 tick. Oh, it's use item. Use item. Items.water. Okay. And I know I can evaluate if the tile needs water or not. Unless it kills the crops, we won't have to do it. You can also do import from dog, just to use the functions without worrying about dog dot whatever. Bad practice, but can work for the game. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Alright. So that way we can technically make the trees grow faster. That's not really a thing I need to be working on. The one that's kind of worrying me is dealing with the pumpkins. And that's where I'm going to probably want the lists. Because what I'm going to end up needing to do is go through the lists there. Let's see, allows access to the cost of things? What? Automatically unlock things. Oh no, am I going to be able to like increment this to go faster? It's fine. Let's see. Oh, I'm missing a parentheses. There you go. So what should happen now is when it plants a tree, if I have more than 0 water, it should go and water the tree since the trees have the slowest grow time. And I'm sure we'll end up doing that with a lot of things where... I mean, it could be that we literally just water the ground each time because it makes the crops grow faster. That said, right now the speed of the drone can't keep up with everything going on, so I don't really see a reason to do a lot more effort in a bunch of that, because my bottleneck now is the actual physical movement of the drone, which we have been upgrading as we go. And we do have one more upgrade there for 1,000 carrots. I'm imagining we will get stuff here. Majestic ancient creatures. Okay, so there you go. So we can spawn more drones later. At which point, then it'll be like the computation will be what's holding me up. So I'd like to get you unlocked. So there's the lists. Lists are an easy way to store multiple values in a single variable. You can create new lists like this. List 2 true items hay. This list now contains the values 2, true, and items hay. It can also be an empty list. You can access an element of the list by its index. The index is 0 for the first element, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Let's see. Plants, carrots, list entities, trees, carrots, whatever. Plant list 1. You can iterate over the list using a for loop in the example. Alright. Following the list methods allows you to add or move elements. Right, so we can append. Alright. Pop index removes an element from the specified list. So what I need to do with this, how much Python do you know before playing this? I have used Python a couple of times in my career, but never as like a long-term thing. Most of the languages I did were object-oriented languages. So while I'm a very experienced software developer, when it comes to Python specifically as a language, it is not one I'm particularly proficient in. Which is where a lot of the things are kind of catching me, is dealing with the nuances in Python. Like, not I think good, bad, or otherwise in Python, just have to like figure it out. Sunflowers collect power of the sun. You can harvest that power. Planting them exactly like planting carrots or pumpkins, harvesting grown sunflowers yields power. If there's at least 10 sunflowers on your farm and you harvest one with the largest number of petals, you get 8 times more power. If you harvest a sunflower while there's another sunflower with more petals, the next sunflower you'll harvest will only give the normal amount of power. Okay. Alright. So I need to compare all the sunflowers to see what's the best sunflower. Alright, sure. They can already be measured before fully grown. Several sunflowers can have the same number of petals, so they can be, or there can also be several sunflowers with the largest amount of petals. In this case, it doesn't matter which one of them you harvest. As long as you have the power, the drone will use it to run twice as fast. It consumes 1 power every 30 actions, like move, harvest, and planting. Executing other code statements can also use power, but a lot less than the drone actions. In general, everything is sped up by the speed upgrades. Oh no. I understand where this is going to get complicated. So right now, we're just having the drone iterate through the grid. It just goes, yep, 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 nope, nope, yep, yep, nope, yep, nope, yep, nope, across the grid. Ultimately, we're going to want to make the drone a lot smarter, where instead it's like, okay, just do the minimum things to get your actions taken. If we get multiple drones, having like a drone that hovers here and a drone that hovers here to minimize movements and all that, I can see where the optimization of this game can get downright wretched, which is perfect, exactly how it should be. But also, my brain is going, what have you done? Why are you doing this to yourself? So we're going to go ahead and upgrade the carrots. And upgrade the trees. Which means we got to stop the program and start the program, because we did just upgrade those, so that's going to reset the initial values. Alright. Yeah, because cases like this, instead of iterating through the whole grid, if we were tracking the whole grid, I could just have it go this way. That's kind of my concern of what's going to happen here, and why I've like avoided actually jumping onto it, is for both the sunflowers and for the pumpkins, I need to check the state of like everything. That we're gonna have to go through, like plant the sunflower, immediately check to see like how many petals you have, and store it. And then basically have the whole grid and be like, okay, I've got all my sunflowers, here's the best sunflowers, and in that case, when I go to grab a sunflower, I would want to go to the best sunflower and grab it. And I'm just going, oh no, that's going to be a lot of stuff I'm going to have to figure out, because it's going to be actually adding a level of pathfinding, which granted it's just plus or minus of, okay, this, you know, I'm at 1-1, the sunflower I want is at 3-5, okay, go up this right. So it's a very easy pathfinding. Something tells me this is have a dedicated drone for this, delay until they're all maxed out thing. I definitely feel like you're going to want to have the drone here. Partially one of the things going on here Okay, so we have gotten the speed upgrade to the absolute max on the drone. We need to reset the program, because again, anytime I do an upgrade, it throws off all the numbers. Yeah, so you're going to be waiting on wood, hay. That's water we're not hardly using. You'll have to see, I'll have to see what we can do with the computation side of things to speed it up. Yeah, and everything now is looking like it's going to be blocked by, for the most part, it's going to be blocked. At some point, waiting for plants to grow is just not efficient enough anymore. Similar to water, you will automatically receive 1 fertilizer for every 10 seconds, doubling for each upgrade. Fertilizer can make a plant grow instantly, reduce the remaining amount of the plant under the drone by 2 seconds. This has some side effects. Plants grown with fertilizer will be infected. If the plant is infected, half of its yield will turn into weird substance. When it is harvested, weird substance can also be used on plants, and has an effect of toggling the infected status of the plant and an adjacent plants. If you use the item weird and something on an infected plant, it will cure it, but if you use it on a healthy plant, it will infect it. Right. And we have hit a stuck state. There we go. We have unstuck it. Let's see, oh, you thought it was, that flowers with, would get more petals over time? Let's see, you know this music is from somewhere else, but you have no idea where? Yeah, no, it's just Electro Swing from Epidemic Sound. Let's see, for reference, in Python, a dictionary is what's called a map in most other languages. Gotcha. Yeah, no, because the thing that's striking me is I need what's effectively an array of arrays for handling this. That basically, if I just have a list, it wouldn't have what I need unless I make a separate object that has all the information like the XY. I don't want to do that. So what I'd want is I want a list for each row that I could then go through and do that so far as for mapping for the pumpkin. And that's what I'm trying to figure out is how I want to go about that side of it. How funny if, would it be if the game wasn't coded in Python? It very well could be. That's actually one of the things we used to do when I was teaching the courses, is we would try to not have our courses, like the thing handling on the back end, written in the same language as the stuff because of people using escape keys and all that to try and break things out and all that. You know, people deliberately trying to break out of the sandbox, but when you're crossing language barriers, it leaves people who don't know what's going on inside the ability to do so. That said, you'd still have all your checks on what I was doing there. So this part's all running smoothly at this stage. And things are just picking up speed more and more. Right, so where I'm kind of at a loss now on figuring this out is how I want to map it out. Because what I need to do, we have the dictionaries down here, but that requires pumpkins. So we're going to be using lists. That's the best I've got to work with for right now. We can do random, which is funny. So with that, if we look at our code, what I would probably need to do is we can get you going down here. So we're putting all this code back here that does all the checks. Then that kicks us over into pumpkin time. Pumpkin time is if pumpkin time equals true. Can you use the in keyword? I believe we have 4 in, so yeah, we have in. So what would happen here? Oh, I guess I don't even need the pumpkin time true false. Because we'd be escaping this and calling a remote function. So what happened here is we would call pumpkin planting. which is our method down there. So it'd sit there and do pumpkin time. We would reset back to the first position. And so the first thing we want to do is just go through the map and grid out the whole thing, just kill off everything, and make it into pumpkins. Because the whole thing with pumpkins is when you grow them together, you get a super pumpkin. So while pumpkin time, we'd be set back to 0, 0. We need to go for column in range get underscore world size. All right. So because we're in pumpkin time, all we're going to do is I need it to be tilled soil. So let's I wonder if you can't harvest. If you do harvest, does it just destroy the crop? Because I need to make sure the tile is clear. That's going to be a problem. All right. Yeah, so to go here, and what I'm going to need to do is if... All right. Basically, I have 2 stages to pumpkin time. Pumpkin time stage 1 is just keep looping through, planting the pumpkins until we get everything to be a pumpkin that's not dead. Because that is an aspect it mentioned, is some of the pumpkins will die just RNG-wise, it's out of my control, but they don't count for making the super pumpkin. So I gotta make the grid of pumpkin, and then just iterate through really fast. And what it could be, you know what, we don't even have to make it that smart. We can be dumb about this. What it can do is I can make it so we don't even do the sanity check on any of it. We just run through the whole thing, like the whole grid, and check everything. And then in the event we hit a single dead pumpkin, we replace it, and we just set a condition that says, you know, successful planting or whatever. So we will sit there and go, all pumpkin equals false. And so what we can do here is we're going to go through all of the columns, and then inside this we're going to go through all of the rows. All right. So if we're going through the rows, we'll end up ending this with move east. And then we'll go for here. That's shift tab still doesn't work. Move north. All right, so that goes through everything there. What happens if you get a non-square world? We burn the whole thing down. If get underscore ground underscore type does not equal grounds dot soil, then we would till it. Otherwise, if parentheses, let's see, get entity type equals, oh, what was it? Oh, it's entities. Entities dot. All right. So does not equal pumpkin. Actually, we want to set that to true. So start that as true. And if entities then come back where it's not a pumpkin, then we set all 1 second. All pumpkin to false. And the reason we're doing this, to clarify what's going on, is when we go in here, we're saying, all right, it's time to plant pumpkins. We make the entire farm just pumpkins. So we tell the thing to clear, which tells the drone to go all the way down to the bottom left corner. So start from 0. And then we will set a condition, or set a variable to all pumpkins equal true. So we're basically just saying, hey, we're just going to assume everything is a pumpkin. We will then go through all the rows and columns one by one and go, okay, is your total... Well, actually, we'll want to change this 1 second. Still want to have the call, just not in that order. Basically, we go, okay, this tile, have I arrived on it? Is it not a pumpkin? If it is not a pumpkin, we're going to say, okay, well, they're not all pumpkins. That way we will reiterate through the whole thing again, because that way we can seek out the dead pumpkins. So, in the event it is not a pumpkin, we're going to go ahead and if... Was it can harvest? What's the method? It was... Yeah, can harvest. Harvest. To get rid of it. We will check to see if the ground's the correct type. This might destroy stuff. That's what I'm not sure about, is some of this is like what happens if I'm on a carrot that's not fully grown, so I can't harvest it, and then I try and till. Like I don't know how that operation works. Well, if it's not a pumpkin, let's just try harvesting it. If it's not a pumpkin, we just disregard if we can and not harvest it, and we just try anyways. Because I'm assuming, yeah, so if we can't harvest it, it'll be destroyed, which is what we want. So then we'll make sure that we check to see if it's soil. If it's not soil, we'll till it to make it soil. And then we go down here, and then we will do plant, and then it would be items pumpkin. What was the rule around plant? Should be here somewhere, right? Yeah, plant entities. Okay. Entities dot pumpkin. All right, so in theory, what this should do then is it'll iterate through every single column and row and trying to check to see if anything. And if a single one of them is not a pumpkin, it'll fail my all pumpkins. And then what we do at the very end of after going through every single column and row, we'll go down here, Shift Tab, that still doesn't work. Shift Tab 1 to be just in a while loop. And if, parentheses, all underscore pumpkin, I need the colon. Well, at that point, we would just want to loop through and harvest everything, right? We would just resort back to normal. Yeah, no, at that point, we would just resort to the normal program. We would break out of this loop. It would kick over to this program. Oh, well, here's the question. If I harvest... Well, no, because if I harvest one square of it, I assume we would get all of it. If all pumpkin... Yeah, that's one I'm just going to have to see how it works. If all pumpkin, harvest. And then we would break out of the loop. Or it harvest, and then pumpkin time equals false. Thank you. Alright, so the assumption of what should happen here is it should trigger pumpkin time. And with pumpkin trying to trigger, I'm going to have to run downstairs, chat. I have been, like, so zoned in on this. I'm sure Tomb has long since gotten home. So I'm gonna need to like run down there. Yeah. So let me run downstairs, welcome my wife home before we execute this and figure it out, because we're about to hit an ad break anyway. I'm just kind of go through this. So basically what we did is originally I was like, let's map it out and like find the bad pumpkins. And instead of going through each and every one and checking them all and paying all that computation, going the one offending pumpkin, remove the dead pumpkin and put the new one in. But then I'm like, you know what? I'm still gonna have to sanity check everything. And like I could tell it to skip the ones I know were good by making a grid, but that's a more complicated thing. This is getting it working, then we can clean it up, which is sometimes worth doing that. At the moment, Pumpkin Time does nothing. Yeah, it does. We're in the while loop. So Pumpkin Time says stay in the while loop, and then assuming we hit all pumpkins and we harvest it, now we tell it, okay, get out of the while loop. I could also have changed this to a break to accomplish the same thing, but I could see other times later where I might want to break out prematurely and all that. Yeah, no, I could also just return out of here too. You're not wrong. All of those will accomplish roughly the same thing. That's neither here nor there. With that said, let me go ahead and step away. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I am back. Um, yeah, no, it's the things. Also, check if there are enough characters to plant the pumpkins throughout the grid. Right, so we actually already have that, Averick. If we look up here, right now it's just set to that. But basically, before we choose to, like, tell it, hey, it's time to go do the carrots, or time to go to the pumpkins, we do a check here. Now, granted, we could get in a stuck state where this is another thing we could also do. If all pumpkin or num carrots equals 0, we'll actually mark it less than in case we got a programming problem. Less than or equal to 0, do that. And honestly, it would probably not be the worst case in the world to later on have it where we can escape this while statement to switch into the pumpkin planting and then go back up here. So have like the larger while true and nest all of this. And the reason I say that is because then I could have it kind of do a re-evaluation of where the numbers are when we get here. Now, what I don't know is I don't have a freaking clue how we're doing the pumpkin count. What we could do is after we finish all that sets that to false. We can go here and num underscore pumpkins equals items dot, or it was what? Items dot pumpkin, was it num count? Num items. Num items. So basically just being like, look, man, let's just, you know what? That could even be what we do. This is a thing we'll probably want to do as a separate function eventually, is like reset the counts. Because there is an idea when you're doing software development of don't repeat yourself. And this is an example. So I am calling to get all my numbers here and here. Pumpkins, did I do that again? All right. Making sure I spelled it right in the other places. Okay. Yeah, so the idea here then is this code, I would probably want to break it off into its own method. We can actually, let's just do it so I can show you. So go here, define reset counts. And then we grab all of you. And this is known as code extrapolation. So now I would go here and say reset counts. And then we can go up here and do reset counts. And so that means if like later on I have to add like, we're going to add like sunflowers and all that here, I only have to put it here, and then when I reset the counts in either place, it just handles it. All right, so we'll go ahead and do that for now. There's most likely going to be at least 1 or 2 typos. That just happens. Right, we don't have semicolons in this. Harvest is a function. Once again, I put a semicolon because most of the language I do accept semicolons. Reset counts is not defined. It appears to be defined somewhere in this file, but the definition hasn't been executed yet. Ah, okay, so it's one of these languages. Right, okay, so we need to go up here. And we'll need to go... Ooh, how do I do this with this one? So the issue is... You kind of want error messages like that in real IDs. A lot of IDs have actually error messages like that when you do Visual Studio and all that. We'll actually highlight and be like, hey, this line is wrong. They won't necessarily give you as user-friendly result. So the issue is it wants me to define reset counts before I call it, which is fair. We can import this from another file to get around that. Yeah, that's what I think we're going to ultimately be doing. I kind of don't want to get to that point, but I think we're at that point. All right, so let's shrink this window down, add a new one. Well, the problem is the reset counts variables are here, so we need to output all that. I don't want to deal with that. So we're going to go ahead and change this logic a little bit and say, we're not going to worry about this right now. We're just going to do it the sloppy way that won't scale. Because, yeah, it looks like I'll end up needing to make global variables if I'm going to do that, or I'll have to have the return statements doing, like, truples and all that stuff. You might get messed up with Python's scoping rules. Variables declared in functions might be a local variable. Well, yeah, no, that's what I was already saying, is I would need to have a method that I call out and have it return, like, what I need, like a collection or whatever of the variables or something like that, or set a global variable or something like that. I don't really want to deal with global variables right now. They're a fast and lazy way to do it that, you know, for a game like this is probably 100% fine. Now, the one thing we've got is the pumpkin planting here. And that should be broken out into its own function. But considering what we're dealing with on this, we're going to do this the lazy way. And so in this else block here, you drop it there. All right. Hey, how's it going? So that will set that. That takes us in here. We'll do this entire while loop. And when this is done, what I need to do is I need to get out of here. What I can actually do for this is don't put this in here. I want to break out of this, but we don't want to break all the way out of that while loop. We want to break out of the for loop. And I believe we just passed. We just skipped the immediate one. Let's see if I use the break what happens. I'm a little worried about that. But we'll add a new thing here where it says if pumpkin time, or no, while pumpkin time, all this. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, is it'll just break us out of the loop. Okay. So then it would run all this, and then it would revert to that. Alright, well, let's see. The indentation here is too much. I cannot use Shift-Tab because that's Steam's UI. Alright. Python allows doing A, B, C equals function, return value. Gotcha. Pumpkin time is never defined. You must define it. Oh, you're correct. So let's go ahead and put another variable up here. Pumpkin time equals false. So we set that to false, and then all of this crap runs, and then we could set it to true down here, which would then cause there. When will pumpkin time be reset to false? So pumpkin time gets reset to false here. If I either run out of carrots or we have satisfied all pumpkins. I can't. Move is never defined. You must... Oh, it's... This lowercase is killing me. All right. So, prominent program. So, what should happen here is while pumpkin time is true, You run through all this. If all pumpkin... Ah, I see. I see the problem here. Is when we get to the end, if all pumpkin or carrots is that, we would then harvest. But if not, we need to set all pumpkin back to true, and then do another loop to check to see if that's actually true. Yeah, and it does reset, if you probably notice. When I hit that clear, it wipes the entire place. And pumpkin time is go. And it's doing another round of pumpkin time because the pumpkins are the lowest thing still. So yeah, it's definitely not as efficient as a lot of the other stuff. But yeah, that's also one of those things that it's really satisfying when you've gone through and said, this is the plan. Okay, that was weird. So I missed one, but that's okay. See, now the real optimization is to store the set of known bad ones and recheck the first pass. Right, and that's what I was saying, is that's what I was avoiding. Was very genuinely, we would want to go through and set that, because I don't think I could store, like, the pumpkin object, like an array of bad pumpkin objects. I would need to store an array of items and all that stuff. It's they need to delay the last pumpkin to grow, it seems. Yeah. There is a thing where you can also slow down the simulation. That might be a thing I need to do. But the good news is I don't have to do pumpkins very often for them to, like, massively produce a lot of pumpkins. So we could go... We got dictionaries and all that. That's waiting on wood. We can make farm bigger. And we just spent a lot of wood, so it's going to go and redo the entire grid. It's going to want to grow a lot of trees. Okay, just evaluate that's pumpkin time. So you're going to go through and work on that. And I also imagine when you start getting multiple drones, that would be the case where you, like, evaluate where the drones are. Stupid pumpkin. And now it's no longer pumpkin time, so we gotta catch up the trees. Hey, Alana, can we get a shout out for Alana Ram, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform, someone I highly recommend checking out. What? Oh, you're playing Blueprints earlier. That's right. Playing some Blueprints and all that stuff. Good times are there, so if you like your puzzles. Did you actually end up finishing it? I know you were trying to roll credits, but I didn't get to see how that turned out. We're doing some Python programming, basically, with all that. With, we replaced the farmer. Or the farmer's been replaced. Yes, we're going ahead and producing this. Stupid pumpkin. The pumpkin that would not grow. So it's got to do its evaluation, make sure it's all valid. And then harvest the whole thing. Let's see, do you have access to min? If so, you could have a dictionary that stores the method of harvesting each crop. Test which crop you have the least of. And call the function a dictionary. We could. It could be a thing that we evaluate the field and all that. I'm actually, like, evaluating numbers as we go. Without any tick cost for the evaluation side of things. Because we're using variables we're setting and storing and all that. Okay. So we're getting all this stuff sorted. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy. I love you. Alright. Yeah, so it's working now with the program. Like I said, there's definitely room for optimization. Also check that... Yeah, we already got that. How does the coding go? It's going well. As you can see, like, we've got it where it's now producing the hay, the wood, the carrots, and the pumpkins at relatively decent logic. It definitely has room for optimization, but, you know, good enough is the enemy of... Or, sorry, perfect is the enemy of good enough. You can get yourself cost just trying to make this perfect. Because it's also those things that we have lots of optimization in the code in this game. You know, a lot of these games have hard limits. Yeah, so we're now to pumpkin time. Yeah, perfect is the enemy of production. Right, and you can get yourself to the point of just never getting things done because you're worrying about... Gotta keep the lights on. The fact that we'll get those tiles that will fail that many times in a row. Right, but that's the thing. Like, this is where we could have, like, the biggest optimization catches with the whole pumpkin thing. Is just sitting there on, like, where you have, like, 4 or 5 of them fail. It's just going between the ones that fail and not just doing the grid. But the grid does work. Point, you're just thinking in the terms of, what if we have other complex crops like pumpkins, and that would make it easy enough to expand the crops later? Let's see, can you make the pumpkin time remember good pumpkins? Well, that's what I was going to say, is that's what I would need to do is use a dictionary of some kind to remember the coordinates of the bad pumpkins. And then, once we do our first loop through everything, we would check all... Sorry. Once we go through, we would sit there and check all the bad pumpkins, and then we would loop through all the bad pumpkins to see if they, again, were bad. So we do one loop where we plant all the pumpkins, and we need to do a second full loop where we would clear out all the coordinates of pumpkins that weren't bad. And then we would loop through it again and get rid of the coordinates of all the pumpkins that weren't bad until we don't have any bad pumpkins at all. Alright. So for the moment with a lot of this, I'm just upgrading things to make them grow faster, because why not? So there's the grass yield has increased by a bunch. That's one of the ones that's causing me kind of the problem, is we're being smart in the optimization of the code, where we're not, because we have a tick cost for these calls. That number of items has a tick cost of 1. Whereas the comparing stuff here does not have a tick cost, I don't believe. Whereas before, it was effectively a tick cost of 2 each evaluation. So that's just making the code thing faster. Now, granted, we could do these calls down here, and that makes it a lot less mathematically complicated and annoying. But then you have a computation cost that you're paying each and every time to reevaluate the statement. So we can get time, and the get time is probably a big thing for going and like looking at yeah, these are all just evaluators. Unlocks Mega Farm. Automatically unlock things. This is where I think it'll get interesting, that you'll be able to write a program that does go through the entire evaluation of playing the game start to finish. Because with the unlock, you can sit there and go through and when it checks and says, I have this much value, unlock the next thing, run the program. And I think that's kind of going to ultimately be the goal, is that you can literally start the thing from scratch and have it do the entire round all the way from the beginning to the end. Like, just literally play through the whole thing start to finish. Let's actually look at the achievements. Get on the full reset leaderboard, farm 2 million gold per minute, 200 million carrots in 1 minute, 1 billion wood per minute, get on a leaderboard, unlock everything, get a dinosaur to a length of 1,000, create an import cycle, harvest a 32 by 32 pumpkin, cause a stack overflow. Excellent. How do you do that without starting with unlock? So, what I've noticed with the code when it comes to the running, if I go and I put in code I don't have access to, it'll go until it hits that line, and then it will fail on the line. So I can have the code present as long as it's not executed. So what I'd end up doing here is we'd have like the while true, I'd have the earlier part of it, and we would have some check. Because what I'm assuming will happen, oh, so that's, I see what you're saying. Automatically unlock things, unlocks Mega Farm. It could be you unlock everything and there's more stuff going on. I'm curious how that works. What it could potentially be is once you do this, you effectively new game plus it, but you do have the unlocks available. Well, no. Huh. No, I see what you're saying, is I don't have access to automatically unlock things until I do the 5,000 pumpkins to do this. Oh. That's 100 million. And everything's just trucking along. So at 8K, I can expand the farm again. Keep in mind, tuples can be used in dictionary keys, so bad pumpkins. XY is valid. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to need to do. Something along that. So polyculture, use the companion planting to increase the yield. Plant type whatever, get companion. We're about to hit 4K on the stuff here. I do like that the pumpkins effectively do act as a reset for all my numbers now. That's kind of a nice thing. Mazes. A maze with treasure in the middle. If get entity equals entity treasure harvest, unlocks whatever that is. Spawn drone with treasure. What I'm curious about is how expensive the data destruction operations are, like pop and push for a simple stack. In the game, so the way the game works is if we pause and we look at the stuff, it just says 1 tick. That there's stuff going on here, and it's saying, okay, doing the range, that's 1 tick. Getting the world size, that's 1 tick. So there's 2 ticks here. And then we do that again. So this is 2 ticks, and then 2 ticks in my loop. Getting the entity type, that's a tick. A harvest is a tick, and it also takes a little while to execute. Get ground type is a tick. So most of these method calls are a tick, but setting a value here doesn't cost anything. So it's kind of one of those things of wanting to get that information. So that's actually another place I could save myself some ticks. Is we can go way up here and go world underscore size equals get underscore world size. And then with that, we could change you to just be world size. Now we go through our loops and set that, because there should be another place down here. That means when I'm doing my loop here, I've just saved myself, you know, a couple of ticks here, everything. Yeah, so that'd make it, a dictionary better since it's not a functional call. Right. And that's what I'm imagining a lot of this is going to be trying to move as many of these outside of your loops and all that and up here as possible. And then even if the computation isn't like, even if you're doing stuff that's a little bit dumber so far as the program actually running, then we would potentially save a bunch of space here. But then, you know, that juggle between doing the saving computationally and also making sure your drone's not just flying around wasting its time because you're not doing enough evaluations. Like right now, the drone's the limiter on my getting stuff done. But if we get down here, the mega farm would ultimately, like the mega farm would ultimately be a thing. I'm curious with the maze if you have to have it fly through the maze. But then we would be able to spawn the drone. And, you know, I'm curious how that works. would I have each and every one of my drones running their own application? Or would I have like an overarching application that's running on all the drones? Because right now my commands are stuff like move. I assume I would have like main running on this one, and then I could write a separate program for another drone, and I'd have like the one drone going through there and doing that stuff. Yeah, I mean, for the maze, if we don't already know the coordinates, you do the thing where you just go like, okay, try to go, till you hit a wall. Always basically check to your right and then just keep following it around. You can get into the thing where there's a circle where you can get stuck forever in that style of a maze. But broadly, follow the left or right wall is how you get through most mazes. It's only when you get to, like, you're turning left and you're able to, like, turn into an area that becomes a loop in itself, that's about the only way you get stuck in those mazes. But yeah, no, it's working. Everything is balancing out smoothly. Yeah, so I have to get whatever that is to unlock it. So the next thing to do is the sunflowers. They kind of just been cashing in on upgrading a bunch of this stuff. And the best part is with where we've changed this, it also kind of reevaluates. Yes, this is where we got the dictionaries, where I could set these. Dictionary can now be created like northeast, south, east, south, whatever. The expression with a colon is the key, and the expression after the colon is the value, which the key maps. There's another one that maps to the drone's position, and the entity it's over. So you can do, like, the position, get entity type. And then I could set that, like, on the list. Accessing the value of the mapping, yada yada. Orientation. Yes, there's a lot we can do with that. We also have sets we can do. So that's where we get into all that. And we have the costs. We can get the dictionary number of the costs and all that for all sorts of stuff. Wait, what was it storing about entity in the dictionary? Is it actually a live entity? I don't imagine it's a live entity. I imagine it's when you call it, it sets the value based on that. Yeah, because it's probably these things like right of. Oh, I see. So this is like for doing the maze. Yeah, so like doing the maze, you could sit there and be like, okay, this is a right turn, that's a right turn, that's a right turn, that's a right turn, that kind of thing. So you grab your orientation and then try and check to your right. That kind of thing. But you'd have lots of uses for that. But yeah, so now it's reset that because we spent all that, we're lower on carrots. Alright, so the next thing is going to be the sunflowers. And this is the first time I need to figure out positioning. And this is where we really should be breaking things out into their own functions and all that. Otherwise, we end up running into what's known as like a god class or a god function, which is one function that does everything. Which, as you can see, this will just get bigger and bigger and more messy. And ultimately, what you'd want to do is break this down to, you'd have like your condition that does, checks the 4 or 5 things, and then passes off to the appropriate thing. So, like, I could have, for here, we might sit there and, like, have this overarching thing, and it might be like, let the god class, god function flow. Yeah, so, like, what we could have is we'd loop through all this, and instead of having all this, you would just have, like, a plant grass, plant wood, plant, carrot, plant pumpkin. So all that collapsed down just 4 things. For the video game, I'm probably just making one big messy function. Alright, so the next thing we have that comes up, and I'm going to put it before pumpkin time, is we're going to go here, else if number... Alright, let's see here. because it says we get power. Items dot power. Okay. Num underscore power equals num underscore items, parentheses, items dot power. That's fine. I don't want to do the math with that. We'll figure that out later. All right. No problem for making function calls more expensive than copy paste. Yep. It is what it is. I'm not sure all function calls have that cost. But yeah, no, it could be. And that's one of the things that gets in like real life optimization versus video game optimization. Like video game optimization, it's very rare you're going to be dealing with like a file system or a database or a web service or anything like that, which are the calls you have to make, but you're like, this is an expensive call. I need to be very mindful when I'm making this call to minimize how often I make it and all that kind of stuff. Do it asynchronously if you can, which we don't have a concept of asynchronous here or not. Asynchronous is where this could be running all of its code, and I could have a separate thing running its code at the same time. But we don't have that concept here. So what I need to do is this is just pumpkin time. We'll ignore pumpkin time for right now. This is our normal call. When we go here and say normal workflow. Heckin' pumpkins. All right. So we go down here. We want to check this. So this is going to simply check to see if that is less than num power. All right. Else, if num power is less than num pumpkins. I actually don't, so power is a resource I use for the bot. So we'll simply say if, oh here, actually, no, I do want to have the, and, or num carrots less than, let's say 100. Calling a user-defined function by its def name free plus the cost of the code, the function body, function away. Yeah. Saying tuples are a tick. Same with dictionaries. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's going to be a whole thing. So if num power is less than that, this is where we would go into if price if get ground type equals grounds.soil, sorry, grounds.grassland. We'll need to till the soil. Otherwise, we would do plant items dot sunflower. Oh, no, it's entities. That's why I'm not finding. Entities dot sunflower. And then the last thing we want to do is before we move on and do anything else, I'm supposed to be able to check the status of the sunflower. So this is where it's going to get kind of weird. That we're going to want to have our list. So we have our dictionary. So the dictionary, we can enter stuff here. So we can get an entity dictionary where we can store entities. So here's another way to map the drone's position to the entity it's over. So we can get the XY of the get position. So that's that. What I actually want to do is I want to grab the sunflower, get its XY position, and how many petals it has. The other way I could do it is I could, well, because then I'm going to have to do an evaluation each and every time. So there's two kind of approaches I can do. Is I could go up here, and I could go to the sunflowers and basically be like, okay, start with the 8-petal sunflowers. If you're not empty, you know, go to whichever sunflower. You just beeline to that sunflower, deal with it. If there's no 8-petal, go to the 7-petal. If there's no 7-petal, go to the 6-petal, and keep them as separate lists. I'm just trying to think of how I want to actually set that up. So let's check our sets. So we got our sets. Sets are like dictionaries without values. They're just unordered sets of keys. Right. Lists. Can I do comparators on lists? Looks like we're probably dealing with a dictionary. So we can get the XY and put those in. The big curiosity is the comparators. Because what I need to be doing here, to clarify what's going on and why I'm sitting here trying to figure this out, is I need to go in here and have something along the lines of this. I'm trying to... Let's enter dictionary. We'll say, sunflower dictionary. And what I would want to do with this... Look, man, I know it's not a valid thing. I'm trying to actively write it. Alright, so we would need square brackets. There's no guarantees about order in which the keys are iterated. I don't care about that. So what we would want to do is have, like, the x-coordinate, the y-coordinate, and, like, the petal amount is what we would want that dictionary to have. And then we would add more and more values to it, and we could run through that. And we would want to... So that's the key. So I won't be able to do the evaluation, because I'm spoiled with doing .NET development, where I could go in here and choose, like, sunflowers, sunflowers, and doing, like, whatever, let's just say get sunflowers or whatever. We would just have, like, list.add, sunflower, and then what I could do later is when I wanted it, I would do sunflowers, and you could do, order by petals, comma, descending. You get the idea. And then I could just grab whichever's on the list and just work my way down. But I don't have any of that functionality here. So that's what I'm trying to do, is figure out how I would do it in this case. And there's other ways to do it with all that. Yeah, so this will be just a list of values. And that's the thing. My list of values, I would want a thing. So plants, carrots... You can iterate over the list using a loop with the following. So we would put the entities tree in. But entities tree is not a list of all trees. But is it the entity tree, like that specific tree? Okay. So, I'm curious. We can add to this on the fly, right? We can append. But the appending is just the number. Can I append it? Okay, so it has insert. Insert index and element. Inserts an element into the given index. But I don't... Lists have reference semantics. This means the assigning of the variable assigns the same list to the object variable. What I'm trying to do is seeing if the entity's tree... That should be just a single one. Let's see what entities tree actually gives me in a value. So let's see, entities.tree. Well, actually, we'll make it sunflower, since that's what we're actually looking at. So I'm just going to go here, and we can say print dot append dot, or Or was it quick print? Quick print. Dot append. How do I use you? Sunflowers. Make that flowers or I'll not remember it. And I don't actually want this to run. I want to see what happens when we get there, what our value is. The sunflower would be base entity sunflower, and I can't see anything else about it. Because normally what you can do is you can drill into stuff farther if it's an object. But that's with that being an object-oriented programming language where you'd have subfunctions and properties. And that's what I was kind of figuring is... Let's look at sunflower. Measure. Returns a number of petals of the sunflower under the drone. Sunflowers have at least 7 and at most 15 petals. And they can be already measured before they're fully grown. Several sunflowers can have the same number of petals, because we have to get the ones that have the highest number of petals. Which is why I'm trying to figure this out. Because you get 8 times the power if you choose that. So what we would want to do is create an array, or a dictionary or whatever. And the values I need is X, Y, and the number of petals. But, because then I would need to run the logic to be like, what's the most number of petals? Go to that one, grab it, remove it from the array. Or dictionary, whatever. And that's what's throwing me off, is I haven't used a Python dictionary that I can think of. And it's really messing with me. Right. So we do X, Y. Alright, so sunflowers. So let's try this. Do this. And we could specify the map's position over the drone. So, okay. A list of tuples would work, I think. Just store the position in one and the one with the most petals. Right, but I would need to evaluate them as we go. So that's kind of the thing I'm running into, because I would need to know what the highest value one I have is. Okay, so what we could even do with that is we don't even need the tuples necessarily. What I could do for an even more lazy thing is, we have the sets. Yeah. So sunflowers. So what we can do, because we can add and remove from that, right? Add element, remove element. So you can create an empty set. The set creates an empty dictionary. That's fine. Then we can use add element to add a new element to the set, remove element to remove an element from the set. If element in set to check set contains an element, for element in set iterates through all of them. The larger the set in the operator performs the larger sets the in operator performs much faster than it would a list. Just like dictionaries, they're unordered, so there's no guarantee about which order would be iterated. Also, elements in sets are unique, so adding an element that is already in the set will not change the set. Right, so... Okay, so that means if I had multiple things that had, like, the highest value or whatever, we wouldn't be able to tell. Another way we could kind of cheese it is we have fertilizer. I literally could just use the fertilizer. Python. It's literally Python under the hood, which is why I'm struggling a little bit, as I've hardly used any Python in my career, just once or twice. So it is not a language I'm comfortable with. So, like, where I'm getting into collections here in Python, I know collections extremely well on .NET, but in here I am struggling because it just works differently. Because this is not an object-oriented program. This is a functional programming language. So what I'm thinking we could actually do is, instead of all the logic around mapping and all that kind of stuff, we can do this the lazy way. Where what I could potentially do... Yeah, you can do classes in Python, all that, but it's not... You get what I'm trying to say, though, where you'd have your class with all its properties and all its sub-things. That's not the way this is configured, where I can get at a lot of that stuff. So what I'm thinking we could potentially do is for the plant that, we can do it like this. And yeah, because it's a time base. So, and num underscore items parentheses entities dot fertilizer, or maybe it's items dot fertilizer, and then that is greater than 0. We will then immediately go use underscore item items dot fertilizer and harvest. And then just go on with everything else. So basically I'm telling it, hey, if you got the fertilizer and you got this, you can spare it. Forget all the logic of mapping it on everything. Just instantly grow it. Oh, no semicolon. Get ground type equals grounds grassland. Oh, you are a method. That is not working. Screw it. We'll do it inefficiently. The heck with it. We're doing it inefficiently. Obviously, we would want other things. So like a true dev, there's a certain time where it's like, look, man, the deadline's coming. It just has to be, you know, we just need it out the door. I was told Tuesday, and it's got to be Tuesday. We don't have the time to get it right. Didn't I have you set so, like, you didn't try and just massively do it? So its number of power is less than 100, and items fertilizer is over, or is, over 0. But we have over 100 power. Number, oh, right, I didn't update the value. That'd do it. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do here is we're going to be lazy. That'll fix it for now. Oh, we're going to have more problems with this because I'm going to outrun the rate they grow. Yeah, so the power makes the drone a lot faster, which is the big thing we wanted it for. And we are noticing now that I'm running into the situation where we are outrunning the rate it can grow. It's interesting that you chose to do the pumpkins. You should have done the carrots. Oh, no, that's right, because we changed it. Yeah, so now it's just going too fast, and now it's breaking things. We're still getting good pumpkins out of it, though, so that's not too bad. Yeah, so the problem is we're doing the comparison on the carrots. And therefore, it's not doing the comparison of the pumpkins, and we are slowly burning through the power. But yeah, we'll probably be switching games here in a minute. I've been very much enjoying this. I understand this is a game that's going to be a bit of an outlier, that was going to be a thing that like everyone would get into and kind of thing. But the idea is it's teaching you Python. And we're not doing things, like there's a lot of things we're not doing how you'd want to actually do in proper software development. As I've mentioned a number of times, there's like the idea of don't repeat yourself, which would be breaking a bunch of things. So like instead of having one big giant thing of code, I go, okay, this tells me to reset my values. Let's put that over here. You know, now I call to it so that we can keep everything in a far more understandable rate. Because this is what you don't want to see, is you don't want to see like these giant blocks of stuff. What I would do is stuff like where I'm doing this up here, and I'm doing that exact same code down here. I would take those, put them into a separate area, and point that to them. And what ends up doing is it ends up taking it where you have like, you would have one function that goes, I do these 2 or 3 things. That's all I do. And then you go to the next function, it has its 2 or 3 things. That way, when you're trying to figure out your way around the code, it's a lot easier to navigate. But yeah, so we've got this all set up pretty well. And all that. I think it's a really well-made game for like teaching Python. And you can actually find like websites and all that this is the kind of thing they'll do. Is they'll just have like a little simple game that'll be like, hey, I'm here to teach you variables, I'm teaching you conditions, I'm teaching you lists, I'm teaching you, classes and functions and all these different parts of programming. I do think they do a great job also like kind of breaking this out into its own little subsections and everything. And you don't have to like truly commit on a lot of it. You can kind of figure it out. To fully automate the game, can you go deeper into the code just out of curiosity? I can do that in a moment. Auto unlocks. To fully automate this game, you can unlock function to automatically unlock features. For example, you can use unlock speed to unlocks expand to unlock the speed and expansion features. To determine the cost of an unlock, simply go get cost as you would with a plant or anything else. Right, so it's weird that that's a little ways in. But yeah, so if we go into the code right now, I'm going to leave it running. Right now I have these up here. All of these are effectively variables. They're just information I store to be called later. And so like I've got the number of pumpkins. I'm grabbing the number of pumpkins from up here. We got the number of carrots, we're grabbing that. From up here, we got the number of hay, you get the idea. We're grabbing each of these and stuffing them in there. And then these are just kind of beginning set, they don't mean anything. We're just setting them to 1 as a default value. And then we're getting the size of the world. That's how wide the map is tall, because it does look like it's always going to be square. And then we got a boolean here that I use for other stuff later. It doesn't do anything yet. The next thing I do is these 3 here. All 3 of these, what they're doing is they're checking to see what power-ups I've got unlocked to figure out how much grass or how much hay I'm going to get each time I collect a piece of hay. And so all that's doing is it's grabbing, basically the way the unlock is it doubles the value I get each time. So we had to start at a base value of 1, and then we just do it by the number of power of how many unlocks we got. And then the wood and the carrots are kind of the same idea. Ignore the pumpkin logic here real fast. We'll get back to that in a minute. Because basically that's fine. We'll actually go into it. Basically, I've got that value up here. Pumpkin time that we set to false. I have down here where I could set it to true. But what'll end up happening is anytime we've set it to be pumpkin time, we've told it, hey, forget all the other logic, use this logic instead. And so what that does is it resets the field, and it says, I'm assuming every one of these pumpkins are going to be successful. And then it loops through every one of the columns and the rows, and it checks, is this a pumpkin? And if it is not a pumpkin, as in it's a dead pumpkin or something else, then we reset that to say, okay, all pumpkins are not good. We harvest whatever's under it, because if it's not a pumpkin, we don't want it. We make sure it's the correct type of soil. If it's not, we make it the correct type of soil by tilling it, and then we plant a pumpkin. And so pretty much we're just looping through everything to make sure they're all pumpkins. And in the event I get through all of that, and not a single one of them is not a pumpkin, we would then harvest it, and we would tell it, okay, we're done planting pumpkins. And then I just reset the values, because that's just cleanup. Now that's the special, like, pumpkin logic. Now, the normal workflow is we would, again, go through all the rows and columns, and I would basically say, hey, did we actually plant something? If we can harvest something, then we would say we'd plant it, so we do that. We check to see if we can harvest stuff. If we can, we do. The next thing we would do is say, hey, do I have less hay than I do wood? If I have less hay than wood, I make sure it's the appropriate soil for hay. So if it's not, we make it the appropriate soil. And then, if so, we plant the, we get the crop planted and all that, which there's not a plant thing because the hay grows on its own. And then we would tell it we have more hay, and we would set up by the amount there. We do the same thing where we check to see if there's less wood than carrots. If so, because trees don't want to be planted next to each other, we basically just check to see if we are on either an X and a Y that are odd or an X and a Y that are even. So, like, we don't want an X that's even and a Y that's odd. No mixing. They're either both even or both odd to kind of checkerboard plant them. We will water them if I have the water to spare, which I usually do. And then we increase the number. Same exact idea for the sunflowers. We check to see if I have, over a certain amount. Otherwise, we go and we prep and we plant all that. Sorry, that's actually the carrots. We could check to see if the carrots are less than the sunflowers. We would do that. Now, the carrots have a cost to them. So I am actually deducting the cost of planting a carrot from my supplies so far as my numbers go. If that's not the case, we then check on the power and the fertilizer, and if I've got that to spare, actually don't need to be checking for the fertilizer anymore. We can get rid of the fertilizer call. Alright. So if we have less than 100 power, we're just going to go ahead and plant sunflowers and mark that up. Obviously that's going to be a mess as well. And also, now I realize, you need the logic here for number power equals num underscore items, and then items dot power to reset that value. And then in the event that we don't have any of these things else, that everything else is there, that would leave that pumpkins are the one that are the lowest. And if that's the case, we then break out and do pumpkin time. So it's the whole thing is ultimately going through, it's doing a bunch of stuff to figure out what values of what resources we have, and then just going through the loop and saying, like, okay, do you need hay? No. Do you need wood? No. Do you need carrots? No. Do you need sunflowers? No. Okay, well then you must need pumpkins. And just kind of looping through it all. So you can see, like, this is where we set it to pumpkin time, where we stop growing everything else, and we immediately just start trying to grow pumpkins. Some of the pumpkins die when you plant them. There's nothing you can do about that. And so we go through and clean out all the dead pumpkins. And that lets me merge that, and we go through there. It is interesting, like, the unlocks and being able to unlock all that and make everything work. You didn't have the required entity carrots. We are running out of wood. Okay, so we've got something wrong in our code. Why? Because you should be planting almost exclusively trees. Why did you switch to pumpkin time? Oh, I see. Because we're doing a comparison here on the power of just is it less than 100. So let's make that instead num pumpkins. So it's a little wasteful, but that'll prevent that nonsense. Because it's kicking over to planting the pumpkins early because I set it till... Because I was basically thinking it's like, if I have 100 power, I don't need to worry about this. So now it's going to hop back and forth between the carrots and the sunflowers. So we're not worrying about max efficiency on the sunflowers, looking for the good ones. Okay, we got an achievement. Alright. Yes, I know that code is, like, overly complicated and all that, but that's fine. Polyculture, you may have already noticed that sometimes plants yield more when oh, that's the reason my numbers are so off. Okay, so basically I can check to see what my yield would be at the time of harvest. I don't care about that. Very genuinely, I just don't care about that. Like other plants, cactus can be grown in soil and harvested as usual. However, they come in various size and a strange sense of order. If you have a fully grown cactus in a neighboring cacti are in sorted order, it will also harvest all neighboring cacti recursively. Oh, okay. Have you gotten the Stack Overflow achievement yet? I have not. Because I haven't had stuff calling other methods and that kind of things. And we made the field even bigger. Alright, what I do think is going to probably happen here is I like that we've checked this out on the stream and all that. I do think this is a game that, like, it's probably a one and done, check it out on the channel just to kind of, like, do something that's programming related. Obviously, we don't get into the depth of programming where you've got, you know, your classes, your functions, your polymorphism, and all these kind of stuff. You think it's still broken? You're right, it is definitely looking broken. Let's check the place where we figure out the carrots. So the number of carrots is less than the number of power, or the number of carrots is less than 100, we would plant the carrots. So if either of those conditions are true, we plant carrots. So let's go here real fast. Oh, right. I mean, there's that. Yeah, so it is definitely getting into the carrots area. I'm surprised that the map being a different size messed with that, because I would assume just what it planted would be different. As far as, like, it not navigating it, that should have broken when we changed the map size. It's fine. But yeah, so, like, all in all, we've got this working. Obviously, it's not remotely optimized. This will be curious. This is going to burn... That's definitely burning more than 1 carrot per tile. That's why they mentioned the cost. There's something that makes it escalate. Interestingly enough, the larger it becomes, the less I have to worry about it, like, getting to the other side and still needing stuff done. Man, it's the fact that you have them grow and you have, like, the same one fails, like, 4 times in a row. And you're just like, you're killing me. You're killing me. Alright, so it's gonna do its whole lap through here. And then instantly gets, like, 4,000 pumpkins. Yeah, so we got all that unlocked. Okay, so we can get the game tick and all that, so we can do more debugging stuff. There's the simulation and all that you can do. So yeah, it's got some slick stuff, but like I said, it definitely feels like a game that you could min-max the crap out of it, do a bunch of stuff. For, like, learning basics of programming, this would not be bad. I understand it's a kind of a hard-to-follow game. That's part of the reason I don't think I want to do, like, for a full stream or anything like that. That in a lot of ways it can be a very hard game to follow. And then watching this just blink aggressively. Probably not anyone's cup of tea. That font definitely got smaller. Huh. I think it's when I made the map bigger. Wait, it's not something dumb like this, is it? Oh. Oh, weird. Weird. So, like, you zoom into the playing field, and it zooms into the file. That's certainly a choice. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so interestingly enough, We definitely have a coding problem in here, because we should be getting the wood now. Yeah, we had that earlier. Yeah, so definitely had a coding thing. And like I said, we could have done this in a way less difficult way, but more computationally rough, where I don't do the counts, I just do the comparison here. Yeah, so look at this. We're not really getting into the grass, which is fine. And I'm not seeing us get into the wood very often. I mean, we're getting there occasionally. Yeah, so at this point, what I'd need to do is I'd need to, get the costs of things. So that when we're planting that, we're getting the accurate count. Because that's what I think is happening, is the carrot count is getting, like, wildly off on what things cost, and the wood count's getting wildly off because we increase the cost over time, and I'm using the flat values. So probably kill this whole calculation, and then instead just up here, like, have, like, get some value or whatever and just set it once or whatever and just run with it. It could be the thing that we make it more computationally heavy, just to make the robot faster. But anyways, like I said, what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to put a poll here while this runs about what we're doing for the rest of the stream. Because this is something I wanted to check into, because people have asked me to do, like, programming on the stream and all that stuff. What are we doing now? And as I mentioned at the beginning, I figured this, like, full-on programming would be very hard for people to enjoy, because there's a lot of planning that goes into it. Whereas, like, video game logic programming, you can kind of, like... You can kind of just rush through, simplify things. There's no planning needed, because you can just have it be, you know, fast and messy. You seem to be stuck in a loop. Well, I mean, Not's actually okay. It's splitting between it, alright. Right. Still cool here to concepts? Yeah. No, and as well as things, like, definitely with me having to be like, oh crap, Python, I haven't used this in years. And all that, figuring all that out has been a whole thing. Let me check one thing real fast. Cool, that'll be something I'll need to deal with after stream. Alright, so let's see real quick. So I've got a bunch of games that I've got a poll going on the Discord that people can weigh in on what we would play and all that. And so what we can do is I'll put RimWorld on there, which would be continuing our existing run. So just, you know, it's a very slow burn research run. We'll put Mine Mogul on there, which is... It's sort of like, Hydroneer-esque. I'll put Project Zomboid on there, just in case we have a lot of people weighing in on that one. We can put on here... Let's wait on Winter Borrow, just for that. Kind of trying to think of what other ideas of what games I want to put on the list for the time being. Do I want to use my other tool? Let's use the other tool, because I figure there's going to be some people who are going to want to vote on multiple options, and if I use the Twitch one, that's not what I need. That's SteamDB. If I use the Twitch one, people aren't going to be able to do that. Where are you? Dashboard. Go here. So let's go here and say, what are we playing now? And like I said, we'll put RimWorld on there. Slow research run, just so people know that that's going to be what we're doing in RimWorld. So if you're like, but I don't want that run, just understand that's what you're agreeing to if you do that. Mine Mogul, sort of like Hydroneer. We could put Winter Borrow. Cozy survival game. We could put Project Zomboid on there, which will be just doing our existing run. Timberborn we can put on there. Let's see, what else did I have on here? Well, actually, let's hold on Timberborn. That didn't get that many votes. I don't actually have the quarantine zone yet. I did request a key, because I was saying the other day that I'm not sure about it. It seems like a very heavy game. Like, I think it's a great game. I think for the channel, it feels very heavy. So I was very hesitant to play that. Oh, we can put, TCG, card shop, simulator can be an option. Just need to get a couple more on there. Okay, so we got Rimworld, we got Project Zomboid, we got TCG, Card Shop Simulator, Winter Burrow, Mine Mogul. Mostly our games on there didn't have that. We don't have Quarantine Zone. I don't own that yet. I have requested a key, so I want to wait till that is either doesn't get a response or we get a key before picking it up myself or anything like that. Alchemy Factory has not really been getting much feedback on the poll, so I'm just assuming the interest isn't there anymore, which is fine. I'll put Coral Island on there just because. Is there anything else I want to add to that list? I've got 6. I can do up to about 8 before the tool starts not working great. One thing I did debate. So the other day, someone brought up Cash Shop Simulator or Cash Cleaner Simulator or whatever, and I was like, no, they use Gen AI, so that's a deal breaker. So apparently with their last update, they have fully removed all Gen AI, and I'm torn about whether I want to, you know, be like, okay, you've removed it all, I'm willing to consider it now, because there's a kind of a catch-22. Because on one hand, you can have a bunch of people who, like, use it in development and then switch to not using it, and you don't want to support that practice. It's not as bad as when they use it in the final product, which they did for a while. But at the same time, you also want there to be a path for, like, when people are like, hey, we did this, we realize it's bad, we're not going to do it again. You want there to be a path for people to kind of not redeem themselves. Like, there's that kind of thing. From what you heard about that game, it doesn't respect your time. Like, it's just very grindy, or... Because usually when people say that, they're usually talking you're time-gated on stuff, where it's like, okay, well, that takes half an hour, come back in half an hour, make sure you log back in tomorrow or you're gonna miss it. Versus, like, it could be very grindy, which I could definitely see the argument that, you know, doesn't respect your time being grindy. I'm gonna make this thing stop. Because running that fast, that sound is getting a little not great. Yeah, kind of mindless grinding, like, do this one task 15 times in progress. Yeah, no, I could definitely see it. A lot of those kind of games definitely get into the grindier side of things, like the storage simulator thing and all that. You know, you can argue that's grindy. I feel like the grindy tends to be far more subjective on, like, is this fun or is this grindy? Yeah, no, it's exactly that. Grind is the game, so that's the gameplay loop. So it's definitely that. You play OSRS from scratch. Yeah, no, and definitely OSRS is one of those games that people be like, oh, it's a very grindy game. I've not played it myself, but I've definitely heard that that's a very grindy game. But it's a matter of, do you enjoy the grind or not? If a grind, you're like, all right, get on with it, then yeah, that's the thing. But some games, like, I'd argue that games like Project Zomboid can be very grindy too. I'll put Timberborn on there. I put a bunch of other ones that didn't have as many votes. I'll put that on there as well. We can do it in the moment, see what people think. I kind of want to have one more. I might just ignore the one more, because otherwise I'll get back into the loop of where I'm looking at all the games going, nah, and not really sure which way to go with it. Yeah, I think that'll do, because we have Rimworld to continue the run we got going, which is slow research. We got Mine Mogul, which will be the first time playing it. That, like I said, my base understanding from what little I've seen is it's vaguely Hydroneer-like. But a little bit more on the factory automation side of things. Vaguely. I haven't played it myself. We got Winter Burrow, which is a cozy survival game. Cozy is their marketing. I've actually heard it's got some pretty harsh things in the story that you're like, okay, how cozy is it actually, though? You got Project Zomboid, that one's self-explanatory. We got TCG Card Shop Simulator. People are probably familiar with that one. You run a card shop and you sit in the corner like a gremlin opening all your packs of cards. We got Coral Island, which would be continuing what we got going on. We got Timberborn, which would be a new colony, probably with their spillage map, which is supposed to be a challenge map of some kind. I don't really know the details on that. And I was just thinking about one more. Like I've debated a few times of being like Vintage Story but hardcore permadeath, but man, Vintage Story could be such a BS death kind of game with the way the enemies spawn. I have a feeling I'd just get frustrated with it. And a lot of the other games would be like, permadeath, we've already done it. Yeah, card gremlin simulator. Yeah, I think we'll just go with those ones. So let me go ahead and make sure the poll is showing on the stream. And I'm going to hit the thing to show it. So we're starting a poll, and this is what we're going to be playing for the rest of the stream today. Ignore what the verbiage says down there. Do not do number, comma, number. Just number, space, number. You can vote for up to 3 of the games on that list. And for those who have difficulty reading it, because, stuff like mobile and all that, the first vote, 1 is RimWorld. We're going to be doing the slow research run where we're a tribal ritualist. We'll just be continuing that. 2 is Mind Mogul. It's sort of like Hydroneer. 3 is Winter Burrow. It's basically kind of it's supposed to be a cozy survival game. It's a survival game that's like hand-drawn. You've got Project Zomboid. It's a zombie game. You probably know what it is if you're here. You got TCG Card Shop Simulator. It's one of those simulator games where you run a store. It's one of the ones that just generally did a better job, but it's based around like collectibles and cards. Coral Island, which is your slice of life, your slice of life and all that stuff. Yeah, no, that's the thing. TCG is back on the list because it's had a lot of updates. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been on the list. Coral Island, we've been playing that. That's kind of like a Stardew Valley-esque game. And then Timberborn is a colony builder, survival colony builder that's heavily based around water management, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so go ahead and do that. We'll let that poll run for a couple of minutes, and then we'll get on to the next game. But, thank you for humoring me with this, like, programming game. It was an experiment. That's kind of what I've been doing, is doing a couple of these experiments, being like, okay, how is it received? Is it something I should do again in the future? Like, the vote with your eyeballs. I'd say generally, while I think people enjoyed seeing me play this, generally speaking, it's not done particularly great, which is not super shocking. It's a very niche genre. There's not a lot of people looking for it, but it seems like people generally enjoyed watching me mess with it. So it would definitely be one of those things that, like, it would have to be a one-off stream kind of thing. Because playing random games and more are more fun than watching the 100th replay of Coral, RimWorld, or Project Zomboid. Well, to be fair, I've only done like three playthroughs or whatever of Coral Island. But yeah, no, there's definitely an argument to be made to say about like replaying game versus playing something fresh. There's definitely something there. The catch is playing something fresh can be a challenge because of like if you're playing something fresh that your audience hasn't seen, but is generally not something being looked for. And that's kind of the challenge with a lot of content creation, is just the whole thing of like what games are being sought after. I will say, I do find it interesting that Project Zomboid's numbers are so bad on the vote, that it's like literally the least voted on there. Because it is one of those things that I'm running into a weird situation. I've kind of mentioned this before in the past. That you play the same game and you end up kind of becoming a that game channel. And then there's the audience that's here for you, and there's the audience that's here for the game. These are not necessarily the same audience. There'll be overlap. But it is one of those things that I definitely feel like around the community that this is kind of an example with like Project Zomboid is I've got a bunch of people who've tuned in here today, but they don't have an interest in Project Zomboid. That there is a number of viewers that they're there for Project Zomboid. When I stop playing Project Zomboid, they're gone. Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing, and that's the same reason why I had the burnout. I put that on there kind of as a feeler to see if people are interested, and it's kind of one of those catches. Let's see. You also have to wonder how many Project Zomboid likers left when they saw this. I mean, to be there, Here for Zomboid, but okay if it's not. Yeah, no, I gotcha. And it's one of those things that I always go out of my way to say, hey, I'm a variety streamer who happens to play Product Zomboid sometimes, not the other way around. I don't play Product Zomboid and happen to variety sometimes. Saw the farm game? You wonder how many... Yeah. You like Product Zomboid earlier this week when you did something new with it? Yeah, the problem with the Wilderness run is there's a lot of tinkering I've got to do because there's a lot of the new crafting that's not fully fleshed yet, and there's a lot of balance that's not fully fleshed yet in Build 42. And there's definitely going to be a lot of tinkering to get that run to work where it's not just me foraging for long hours. Because that's most likely what that's going to be in practice. Because that's what happened when we did the last Wilderness and like no loot kind of run in Build 41. Is it was fun for about a stream, and then it was foraging simulator. And I could definitely feel that that was the direction that one was going to go as well. And that's just kind of Product Zomboid limitation things. And I think they're trying to break out of that to make it more flexibility, but now you have to depend very heavily on mods to enable that. All right, so it's looking like what we're going to be doing is I'm going to go ahead and finish the poll. We've got Mine Mogul at 11, Winter Burrow at 10. The next closest thing would be TCG Card Shop Simulator. So we're going to go ahead and pop over here and switch over to Mine Mogul. So I'm going to hit that. Mine Mogul did win. We're going to hide the overlay now to get rid of it, because I forgot to do that in the past, and that gets to be obnoxious. Alright. You like watching you tackle games with a purpose in mind? And how you approach different tasks? Yeah. Well, that's kind of the difficulty with things like Project Zomboid at this stage, is I've played that game so much that it's harder to find direction in it. Alright. We yearn... Let's see. We'll do like the first time player. We yearn for the mines. No backseating, please. All right, we'll get that done. Let's get Mine Mogul going. Yeah, something like Zomboid is hard to come out fresh. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem with like Kenshi and to a lesser degree Rimworld. I'm in the same boat. Rimworld has more flexibility. I can do stuff. But like people are like, you should play Kenshi, and I'm like, but I've done everything I can come up with, man. So everyone who's over on the YouTube side, it is going to be a thing that the stream's going to drop here for a minute. Well, actually, let me try and do this correctly. Let me go ahead and get everything moved over, and I'll try and bump you to the new one. So Mine Mogul. We yearn for the mines. And Mine Mogul. All right. Mine Mogul. Change the thumbnail to not be Rimworld. Uncheck all those. New playlist. Mine Mogul. Hold this first. Create. All the metadata entry. There's technically ads because we do have the fractal thing going on, so I gotta mark that. Don't dox me. Put that to public. All right, now I just need to go to the previous one and tell it to redirect to the new one. I hate this UI so much. Add redirect. Do this, save, and then that stream ends. And then that chat has to go away.